Peace and greetings to the East. This episode right here is going to be about the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, incorrectly referred to by conspiracy theorists, authors, and people of that caliber as being the 33rd degree of Freemasonry. So I'm not going to use that much imagery in the PowerPoint presentation, but rest assured that what I break down in this episode is really what the 33rd degree deals with. Now, with the conspiracy theorist types, you're always going to have those people that they think there's power in their negations, right? Like, in other words, you'll have people who have never been Freemasons at all. And they'll say certain things like, this is what the 33rd degree is about. Only this type of a Mason knows, and blah, blah, blah. Right? Pay no mind to that. What I'm going to talk about in this episode is really what the 33rd degree of Freemasonry deals with. I've seen certain posts or uploads on YouTube throughout the years that, again, they'll use the 33rd degree as some type of a marketing gimmick, and it's way off the mark. Way off the mark. So I'll go point by point into the essential things dealing with the 33rd degree of Freemasonry, quote unquote. All right, the first thing to note is that the 33rd degree is not an official Masonic degree. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. First of all, the famous so-called 33rd degree of Freemasonry belongs to the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, which is a system of side degrees in addition to the 3 official degrees of Freemasonry. Freemasonry has only 3 official degrees. The first degree being Entered Apprentice Mason, the second degree being Fellow Craft Mason, and the third degree being Master Mason. The third degree of Freemasonry is the highest degree, universally speaking. There is no degree higher. So you have different systems composed of add-on degrees or side degrees in addition to the 3 official degrees. So the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry is one such system. It consists altogether collectively of 33 degrees. So when you're dealing with the Scottish Rite, and I'll talk more about the Scottish Rite as we progress, the Scottish Rite is composed of the 3 official degrees of Masonry and then an additional 30 degrees, which are add-on degrees or side degrees. They're not official degrees. They can be considered to be Masonic because they're based in some way, or they elaborate in some way or the other upon the 3 official degrees. So be mindful of that. You have other Masonic degree systems, for example, the Egyptian Rite, and there are different versions of the Egyptian Rite. You'll have the Memphis Rite, the Memphis Mizraim Rite, or whatever. But typically these so-called Egyptian systems of Freemasonry, if you want to call it that, they'll go even higher than 33 degrees. So that's the first point. The 33rd degree is not an official Masonic degree. Even the system that it originally belonged to, which is the Scottish Rite, that system is not that old. It started in the early 1800s, whereas the official Masonic degrees, which we call the blue degrees, have existed prior to that time, historically. And this doesn't mean that the add-on degrees are not good or anything like that. Some of them are poorly developed, some of them are well developed. So they have their use, right? But anyway, that's the first point. The next point for me to touch upon is the name of the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite. Now, when I first became familiar with the Scottish Rite, I was impressed. Like, I didn't even know in the beginning when I was receiving the blue degrees that the degrees of the Scottish Rite even had names to them. I didn't know any of that. When I first became familiar with the Scottish Rite, I was intrigued, like, oh wow, what's this? You know? And when I received the degrees of the Scottish Rite, I could understand those degrees better than a social club Mason who would receive those degrees. And I'll get into those different things as we progress. But the name of the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite is Inspector General. That title may differ slightly depending upon different Masonic organizations or Masonic jurisdictions that deal with Scottish Rite Freemasonry. Like you may see it called Grand Inspector General, Sovereign Inspector General, and things like that. But generally speaking, the title of the degree is, or the name of the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite is Inspector General. That's the name of it. Okay, the next point. Who is eligible to receive the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite? This is what we're referring to. Because remember, there are other Masonic rites, quote unquote, or groups of degrees that also have 33 degrees, not just the Scottish Rite. But the Scottish Rite is a very popular system of add-on degrees, right? That are associated with Freemasonry. So who is eligible to receive the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite? That's relative to what Masonic organization you'd be considering. For example, in what's called co-masonry, which is, it's not a different type of Freemasonry, it's just Freemasonry for men and women, which social club masonry, generally speaking, doesn't indulge in, because they disallow, generally speaking, women from membership in practice, right? So personally, I deal with what's called co-masonry. Still Freemasonry, but it's just a generic term that represents Masonic lodges that allow women to be initiated along with men. So, all right, so who is able to receive the 33rd degree in a particular Masonic organization and jurisdiction is relative. Oftentimes, I would say, you would have to be chosen to receive the 33rd degree for basically a great Masonic resume, so to speak, in doing the work of the Scottish Rite, generally speaking. Now, if you study the oldest manuscripts dealing with different Scottish Rite bodies, it wasn't like that in the beginning, meaning you could apply for it in the beginning. I know that for a fact, but that's neither here nor there. So who's eligible to receive the degree? That depends upon whatever organization is using the Scottish Rite degrees in their work. But generally speaking, nowadays, you will have to be selected by the Supreme Council of a certain jurisdiction, which would mean the leaders of the Scottish Rite. So keep that in mind. Different jurisdictions do it different ways as far as who is eligible to receive the 33rd degree. Now, what is common amongst the various Scottish Rite organizations or Scottish Rite bodies, whether they recognize each other or they don't, that's not what I'm getting into here. The 33rd degree would consist of the smallest amounts of members in terms of reception of the other degrees, right? So it's considered an honorary degree. It's an honor to receive that. Now, whether you could consider the 33rd degree as being like the completion of the Scottish Rite, as far as the philosophy of the Scottish Rite is concerned, that would be debatable. It's debatable. But I'll get into that. All right, the next point I want to deal with, the symbology behind the 33 degree structure. The symbology behind the 33 degree structure of the Scottish Rite. Okay, here's the first thing to keep in mind when you deal with degree structures and different appendant bodies or different degree systems in Freemasonry. When we use the term degree in Freemasonry to refer to our degrees, the term is not being used in relation to the geometric circle, which of course Freemasonry is a school of, you could say, sacred geometry and the mysteries. We consider the term geometry to be a code word for Freemasonry. So as a Mason, we could, if we wanted to reference Freemasonry amongst each other, we could say, we could use the term geometry, and we'll know what we're talking about. Even though that is true, it is not correct to say that the degrees of Freemasonry refer to the degrees of a circle. Symbolically, there are 360 degrees in a circle, and of course in sacred geometry or the symbolic mathematics of the ancient mysteries, the circle represents that which has no beginning and no end, that which is eternal, God, your true and higher self, the universe, right? When we use the term degree in Freemasonry, the term degree is being used in its archaic and, or let me not just say archaic, but in its ordinary sense, which would mean a step or a stage. That's what it refers to. So there are only 3 official degrees of Freemasonry, only 3. Now, some people who want to mislead the people, which happens, like a lot of cult leaders and self-appointed gurus and stuff like this, they would, like I said, they'll try to mislead the uninitiated with ideas such as, oh, the 33rd degree of Freemasonry, there's 360 degrees of it, and these people don't have it, and we have it, and all type of nonsense. Pay no mind to that. When we use the term degree in relation to the degrees of Masonry, we're just talking about stages of learning, steps or stages. And once again, there are only 3 official degrees. If you've ever been to college, or you know people who've been to college, you have this, the way they use degree is the same way that we use degree. Like you'll see in a college, they'll have an associate's degree, a bachelor's degree, a master's degree. It's just a stage and a step in learning. So keep that in mind. And with that being said, I could go into the symbology behind the 33 degree structure of the Scottish Rite. Remember that the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite, which is generally called Inspector General, it's generally considered an honorary degree. So, potentially speaking, in a general way, the first 32 degrees of the Scottish Rite, potentially anybody who is, qualified could receive those 32 degrees. Now, that's important. That's something very important to note. Like, for example, sometimes you see the double-headed eagle with the number 32 in the center of a triangle, right? In the center of the eagle, and the eagle's gripping a double-edged sword, right? And that would refer to the 32 degrees that are generally open to all members of the Scottish Rite. So let's look at that first. That concept there, the 32 degrees beneath the 33rd degree. Those 32 degrees in that structure, what they allude to or hint at symbolically is what is known in the Kabbalah as the 32 paths of wisdom, which in other words is the tree of life. Now, the Kabbalah is the esoteric aspect of Judaism and Christianity, both technically, right? Because Christianity is based on Judaism. The character Jesus, for example, he's a Jew in the stories, right? But anyway, so the Kabbalah is essential. Knowledge of the Kabbalah is essential to understanding Masonic symbology, because a lot of the symbology used is Christian in nature. It doesn't mean we're Christians. It doesn't mean that. We use a lot of Christian symbology based on the history of Freemasonry. Freemasonry per se arose in a time, and we're not going to get into the esoteric aspect of when we use the term Freemasonry, and we say that Freemasonry is as old as man. That is true symbolically, but we're talking about the organization of ancient free and accepted Masons. A lot of the basic symbology is Christian because of what was going on in the world at that time. Christianity was the world religion. So our teachings are esoteric. And the rituals, they're for the most part, they're not directly stated. Some basic things are stated directly, but much of the deeper meanings of our symbols, those things are just hinted at, right? As far as the ritual is concerned. So the Kabbalah is something that's essential for a Freemason to understand in order to understand his or her craft. So again, in the Kabbalah, you have the tree of life, which consists of 32 paths of wisdom. Symbolically, that would mean the 10 Sephiroth, the 10 circles of the tree of life, and the 22 lines that connect those 10 circles. Now, going through the tree of life, or going through the 32 paths of wisdom in the Kabbalah, is symbolic of achieving knowledge itself, completing initiation, in other words. So that's what the group of 32 degrees beneath the 33rd refer to in Scottish Rite Freemasonry. That's what it refers to. And if you ever receive the degrees of the Scottish Rite, not like, you'll have certain so-called Scottish Rite organizations consisting of social club masons who chop up the rituals and they alter things and it gets twisted. But the oldest rituals are in existence, the oldest ritual manuscripts of the Scottish Rite. And if you study those manuscripts, you'll have clear reference to the Kabbalah, right? Also, if you read the books of, let's say, like Brother Albert Pike, who he was a 33rd degree Scottish Rite Mason, well known. I'm not going to say he was single-handedly responsible for bringing fame to the Scottish Rite, but he was a great help to Scottish Rite Freemasonry and popularizing it, right? So he has different books like Legenda, Morals and Dogma. You know that the books are not well organized, but those books are very deep. And Brother Albert Pike talks a lot about the Kabbalah in there. Yeah, basically talks a lot about the Kabbalah in there and how it relates to Freemasonry. So you can rest assured that the Kabbalah is heavily alluded to in not just the 3 degrees of Freemasonry, but even the add-on degrees of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. So now you have the 33rd degree at the top. Let's talk about the symbology of that. Okay, in the mathematical symbology of the ancient mysteries, divine numbers are what we would call odd numbers. So odd numbers are usually given a lot of attention, you could say, in the ancient mystery schools, including Freemasonry. So the number 32, of course, is not an odd number. The next number, 33, is an odd number. So that's the basic reason as to why that system of degrees has a 33rd degree at the top. Another thing you could look at, there are different symbolic references given to this number 33 as far as the Scottish Rite is concerned. In the legends of Jesus, right? Remember, Jesus is an important character in Freemasonry, in the Kabbalah, in the Western, so-called Western mystery schools in general. Jesus Christ represents you as the initiate. The Christ consciousness. Jesus is just a character. As initiates, we understand that. A social club mason won't understand that because they're not given, or put it this way, they're not given instruction in their blue lodges or even in their Scottish Rite bodies or York Rite bodies. They're not given instruction on the Masonic degrees, the esoteric aspects, put it that way. So the number 33 also refers to the age that the character Jesus is allegedly said to have died at and been resurrected at, the age of 33. Now, the Bible doesn't say that itself. But according to Christian folklore and whatnot, he was supposed to have been 33. So that number 33 in that context refers to coming into full Christhood, right? Then you have other applications. You have the number 3 2 times. And in Masonry, we have a phrase, 3 times 3, which represents the number 9. And the number 9 represents a sort of completion in the symbolic mathematics of the ancient mysteries. And I've talked about why that is in the past. I don't want to reiterate that too much here so as not to digress. But, okay, so we dealt with the symbolic degree structure of the Scottish Rite. So now I'm going to start getting into what the degree teaches, and I'll reference other things in the midst of everything. Just bear with me. Gino the Nose said the Supreme Council gives you your 33rd degree. Yeah, definitely. Gino the Nose said it's honorary. We touched upon that. Gino the Nose said generally it's assigned to people that contribute, similar to a black belt rank has degrees. We dealt with that. Our Son 360 degrees says greetings from Washington State. Gino the Nose said there are 3 degrees and then 30 supplementary degrees. Exactly. Okay, so now let me start getting into the teachings of the 33rd degree. What's actually there? Because like I said, you see a bunch of nonsense, whether it's on the internet, and you have all type of charlatans putting out misinformation and whatnot. Okay, so let's get into that. All right, first, the decoration of the lodge room. And I'm using the term lodge room loosely here because they're different terms to refer to different bodies of Masons and the different degrees of the Scottish Rite. So I'm using the term lodge here loosely. As somebody mentioned a little while ago, it will be the Supreme Council, right? That's the proper term. So I'm speaking in the context of how the room is decorated. And be mindful of this too. Different Scottish Rite organizations and different jurisdictions, as far as the Scottish Rite is concerned, they may do things a little bit different. Like I'm familiar with the oldest ritual manuscript of the 33rd degree, as well as other manuscripts. So keep that in mind while I explain this. But most of what I'm going to be talking about here is what comes from the oldest ritual manuscript of the 33rd degree. All right, so give me a second here. All right, so the room, according to the oldest manuscript, would be decorated in purple, right? It will be decorated in purple, and there'll be different things you see in the room. For example, you'll see the tetragrammaton, which the tetragrammaton. Also, I'm not going to talk about the names of the officers and none of that other stuff, which I could, but I don't want to confuse anybody. It is important in its own way, but when you receive the degree, or if you want to study the degree and you're not a Mason, you could do that. You could go further into it. So the room would be decorated in purple. You'll have the tetragrammaton in the room, which is in the Kabbalah is called the ineffable name, meaning the unspeakable name. And to the profane, they would say that that name is Jehovah. But when you're dealing with exoteric and esoteric Judaism, Jews do not pronounce that name Jehovah. There's several reasons for that. There's an exoteric reason, and then there are more esoteric reasons. The primary one being that God, which is your true self, is essentially undefinable. There's nothing you could say that would fully express your true nature. You have to experience it. We could say it's the one. We could say it's the all. We could say that it's omnipresence and so on and so forth. But essentially, the name is unspeakable. So with Jews, whether they're exoteric Jews or Kabbalists, they're not going to pronounce the name. They're going to use a substitute for it, whether that's Adonai, Hashem, some other name, right? So in Freemasonry, we follow that custom. So anyway, that's what the Tetragrammaton is. So the Tetragrammaton is in that room. Also, you would typically see like skeletons in the room, and these are not real skeletons. They shouldn't look cheap either, but you know, they're fake skeletons, right? So you would have that decoration. You could see several skeletons, or you could just see one sometimes. It all depends, like I said, on the Masonic organization that's working the degree, right? But most of the elements will be the same. You'll see similarities. Okay, so I'll talk about more things with the decoration of the room as it comes up and whatever else I'm explaining in regards to what the 33rd degree deals with. So let me proceed. All right. The next point I'm going to deal with is the sacred numbers of the 33rd degree. Now, in this episode, and in no episode, period, I'm not going to give like the passwords or the so-called words of the 33rd degree or the signs and none of that, because that would be out of bounds, right? I'll talk about them a little bit, but I'm in this episode, but I'm not going to say what they are or anything. But the sacred numbers I will say, because it is important to what the degree really teaches. Because trust me, when I received the 33rd degree, it's not that I was disappointed, because I was already mature in my Freemasonry at that point. But when I first came into Freemasonry and later heard about the Scottish Rite, I was thinking, wow, there's something great at the 33rd degree. I wonder what it is, right? So it may be a disappointment to a lot of people, but it's interesting in my opinion. Okay, so the sacred numbers of the 33rd degree are 5312, right? 5312. And I'll talk about why those are the sacred numbers now. In the decoration of the so-called lodge room, in the decoration of the so-called lodge room, you will have lights in that order at the 4 cardinal points, right? But again, that's if the Masonic organization, is that heavily invested in their implements, meaning their decorations and stuff like that. But anyway, 5312 are the sacred numbers of the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite, and that's important. And I'll talk about why that is. Okay, so let me talk about some of the things that are in the degree, and I'll get into what the so-called big secret is of the 33rd degree and whatnot. All right. So in the ritual of the 33rd degree, you have circumambulation, which you have throughout most of the side degrees of Freemasonry, right? Walking around the lodge or the lodge room. In Freemasonry, the Masonic initiate is symbolized by the sun. And that's a general theme in the ancient mysteries, right? So when you circumambulate the lodge, an imitation of the sun appearing to move through the heavens or appearing to circumambulate the heavens or go around the heavens, Masonry is always teaching you through that symbolic ritual or rite that the light that you seek, because we express Freemasonry as a journey in search of the light. And that light is your true self, which is God, right? Infinite consciousness. So there is circumambulation usually in the 33rd degree ritual. But like I said, different Masonic organizations that work the Scottish Rite, they'll do things a little slightly different. Like when I received it, the number of circumambulations corresponded to the sacred numbers that I mentioned of the 33rd degree, 5312. And they were different, like different lessons during each circumambulation. I don't think that's essential because I know there's different forms of the ritual, and I know the oldest form of the ritual doesn't contain what I heard going through the circumambulation. And sometimes the number of circuits differ, right? But anyway, I said that just to say that circumambulation is contained in generally in the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite. Okay. There's a way that you're prepared and all of that stuff, which is not too honestly important. It's very basic if you ask me. So I'm not going to get into that. All right. Now, there's a ritual where you have to wash your hands in molten lead. Here I put melted lead, which is just to use a common term, but molten lead, which is to say melted lead. Now, you don't really put your hands in actual melted lead. It's synthetic, right? Now, the reason this is important is that in the Scottish Rite, even in the blue degrees, the three official degrees, there's plenty of alchemical symbolism. It's just not the obvious in the blue degrees, but it's there, right? Alchemy is another ancient mystery school, which is very similar to Freemasonry. It does what Freemasonry does, but it uses ancient chemistry as a metaphor, whereas Freemasonry uses stonemasonry or building as a metaphor. So lead is the most base metal symbolically when you're dealing with alchemy. Alchemy is described oftentimes as being the art of transforming base metals into gold. Of course, that's symbolic of the process of spiritual enlightenment. So lead is considered the most base metal in alchemy. So to liquefy the lead is to transmute your base nature, your egotistical nature. So you have to wash your hands in melted lead, which again is not real lead or nothing like this. It's synthetic, molten lead. So that's part of what you have to do, just so you have some idea of what is contained in the ritual of the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite. Now, you also have the taking of the obligation or oath of the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite. Now, there's nothing too much different from what you would normally see in the prior degrees. It's the same typical format in terms of, that you promise to do a certain number of things, and there's a penalty for breaking the oath of the obligation. So you have the obligation. Now you also have an altar. Now the Bible is upon the altar, generally speaking. Now, with like social club Masons who try to work the different degrees, they misunderstand that a lot of times and think like Freemasonry is just a Christian fraternity or something. So sometimes they'll have problems with people not wanting to use the Bible for ceremonial reasons. That's not important. Real Freemasons know that exoteric religion is if anything, Freemasons know that exoteric religion is a tool to control the masses, to manipulate them mentally, right? It serves its purpose. There is no one real religion as far as like some type of organized religion, but of course every religious exoteric religious person would think their religion is what God sent down. That's what they all think. Unfortunately, they're wrong. And that's, of course, one of the secrets of Freemasonry. The Muslim swears, and it's intended to be like that the Quran comes from God and it's God's way, and no, it's really not. It's just an initiate of the ancient mysteries called Muhammad. Whether Muhammad really existed or he didn't, that's debatable. It's not really important. But Muhammad was a Kabbalist. That's what he was, a Jewish and Christian mystic. Right? He dealt with the esoteric teachings of Judaism and Christianity. So he was a Kabbalist, and he went to create his own religion. So, it's not funny, but the joke's on the profane. You know what I mean? Like, no, none of these religions are from God. They were invented by initiates of the ancient mysteries to control people, pretty much, and at the same time to give wisdom and insight to the wise people who could read behind the exoteric meaning of the different stories and whatnot. Anyway, so there's an obligation. But I'm not going to read that. It's not essential, in my opinion. I don't think it has a whole lot of symbolic value to it other than the general symbolic value. Okay, also, in the 33rd degree, you receive a ring. Now, it's a ring. The ring is just a triangle with the number 33 in the middle of the triangle, and it'll have three, it'll be one band, but divided into like three bands. So, and inside, usually you'll have an engraving in there, and I'll talk about that later. So, in different Scottish Rite organizations, you're told to wear the ring on different fingers. It all depends. Some jurisdictions wear it on the pinky. I know in the oldest ritual manuscript, the original Supreme Council, they will wear it on their wedding finger, which is to say that they're married to the Scottish Rite at that point, or completely married to the Scottish Rite. So that's the ring. The signs and words of the 33rd degree. I'll get back to that part. once I get into like what the secret is of the 33rd degree, and then it'll make sense. I'm not going to say what the signs and the words are, nothing, but I'll just reference certain things in regards to them. Okay, so now the secret of the 33rd degree. This is what the secret of the 33rd degree is. I'm going to get into that because this is important. But again, it would be a letdown to by this. If you're really going through the Masonic degrees with dedication, sincerity, you're not going to be disappointed because you're going to be disillusioned. Like everything you need to know is in the three official degrees, the blue degrees. Trust that. But anyway, let me get into what this secret of the 33rd degree is, because it's still interesting. All right. The so-called secret of the 33rd degree, and it's in the oldest Scottish Rite 33rd degree ritual manuscripts, without a doubt. The so-called secret of the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite Freemasonry was that it is a doctrine, and I'm using my words carefully. It is a doctrine at the top of the Scottish Rite that the Freemasons, that we are what the Knights Templar became after the Knights Templar were outlawed by the Roman Catholic Church in the year 1312. So pay attention to what I just said, in the year 1312. And I'm going to talk about this whole secret of the 33rd because it's interesting, and not for nothing, there's a lot of, in my opinion, if I was serving on a jury or something like that and putting this claim to the test, that I would vote on being true, like good evidence, put it that way. That this claim, the secret of the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite, is true. I'm personally convinced of it, and I'll talk a little bit about why that is, and I'll actually make a video in the future, like a nice edited video with imagery and everything like that, dealing with this subject. So the secret of the 33rd degree is that at the top of the Scottish Rite, there's the doctrine that the Freemasons are what the Knights Templar became after they were outlawed by the Roman Catholic Church in the year 1312. So pay attention to that year 1312. Now, in different books, like when you read books about the history of the Knights Templar, the Knights Templar, they were persecuted by the Roman Catholic Church and the French government before the year 1312. But the official date that was stamped by the papacy, meaning the rulers of the Roman Catholic Church, the year was 1312. So if you use the old custom, like we don't use it in our jurisdiction anymore. We do sometimes, but there was the old Masonic custom of adding 4,000 years to the common year, right? So when in the year 2022, it will be written as 6,022, or AL 6,022. AL standing for Anno Lucis in Latin, which means in the year of light. So when you transform that number, or that year rather, 1312, when the Knights Templar were outlawed by the Roman Catholic Church on conviction of heresy. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. When you transform that year into what the year would be in old Masonic custom, it will become 5312. So this is why the sacred numbers of the Scottish Rite, as I mentioned, are 5312, representing the Masonic year 5312, when the Knights Templar were outlawed. And according to the Scottish Rite doctrine at the top, they're saying that this is when AFMAM, which is Ancient Free and Accepted Masons, the Masonic organization, this is when the Masonic organization began. That Knights Templar who escaped the persecution of the church, that they fled, primarily they fled to different places, but that the ones that survived, who weren't arrested, who didn't plead guilty under torture and all of that stuff, that a whole lot of them, they fled into Scotland. The reason being that Scotland was a nation at the time that has separated itself from the Roman Catholic Church. So it was supposed to be a safe haven for Knights Templar that were on the run. And keep this in mind too, like you see that term Knights Templar, it's short for Knights of the Temple of King Solomon. It means Knights of the Temple, but Knights of King Solomon's Temple. And of course, King Solomon's Temple is an important symbol in Freemasonry, right? The building of King Solomon's Temple. So, all right, so here's an important thing to note, because if you get your Masonic, I don't even want to call it Masonic, but if you get a lot of so-called Masonic information from non-Masons who are not educated in Masonic teachings, because one doesn't even have to be a Freemason to have a good grip on what Freemasonry really teaches, but it is necessary that one is an occultist, a student of esoteric wisdom, a person on a spiritual path, because anything else would be like, it's not going to be a good representation of Masonic teachings. So if you receive Masonic information from those types of people, or religious zealots, charlatans, people, these types of individuals, you're gonna get bad information. So you'll have people that say, "Oh, Freemasonry, meaning our craft, that it goes back in a literal sense to, let's say, like Egypt or Sumer or some ancient nation, right, of people." If you take that literally, it's going to confuse you. The ancients, generally speaking, the ancient philosophers and initiates, some of them did use Masonic symbology as a means of teaching the ancient mysteries. That is true. But that was not the Masonic organization. It's just metaphors that ancient wise men would use. Believe that, you'll see examples of the ancients using like the square and the compass as us, not saying in the way that we put it together as alluding to the hexagram or six-pointed star. Just them using those tools. Like you'll see references of it in the Holy Bible. You'll see the plum, which is a tool of stonemasonry being used in symbolic terms. You see the compass being used in symbolic terms. You see stone being used in symbolic terms, right? So there definitely was always a symbolic masonry amongst the ancients, just like when you study ancient, let's say the Bible, which is pretty old, a few hundred years old. It's not that old, but the Bible's a few hundred years old. The Bible has several instances in which agricultural symbology is being used, like the whole craft of a gardener or a farmer. That whole craft is being used several times in the Bible as being symbolic of the spiritual path. But as far as Freemasonry as an organization, it's not going to go back that far. Have a good time looking. Seriously, have a good time finding evidence of it. You're not going to find evidence of it. So anyway, what happens to coincide with this claim of Scottish Rite Freemasonry at the top, at the 33rd degree, this doctrine that the Freemasons are what the Knights Templar became after they were outlawed by the Catholic Church. What happens to coincide with that is the oldest Masonic ritual manuscripts. Now, don't get me wrong, there's certain questionable documents that are older, but they're questionable. But as far as what's sound, the oldest Masonic ritual manuscripts go back to Scotland, without a doubt, in the 1600s. The oldest organizational bylaws, let's just say, in regards to ancient free and accepted Masons, go back to Scotland, the 1500s. The oldest surviving Masonic lodge, meaning of the organization of ancient free and accepted Masons, is in Scotland. Without a question. Not England, Scotland. These are facts. So, according to this doctrine of the Scottish Rite, the Knights Templar, and keep in mind that they were originally a French holy order of the Catholic Church. A holy order was when you would get a charter from some pope, putting the stamp on your Christian organization. So the Knights Templar, they were a holy order of the Catholic Church. However, secretly they were an initiatic order. And there's plenty of evidence in that direction, but we're not going to go into that right now. So they dealt with the ancient mysteries, right? Secretly. All right, so now that's the secret of the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite. Personally, I believe it. Could I say I know it? Nah, I can't say I know, but I believe it. Now, like I said, there's plenty of evidence, both concrete and circumstantial, that support this doctrine at the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite. Now, I'm going to read like what the 33rd degree in the ceremony states, as far as in the address to the candidate. All right, a bunch of the candidate is told a bunch of basic history dealing with the Knights Templar, right? About how to, but I'm going to read verbatim at a certain point. The candidates told a bunch about the basic history of the Knights Templar, how they were outlawed, how King Philip the Fair of France, how he conspired with Pope Clement to to rob the Knights Templar. Like historically, the Knights Templar, they became a super rich monastic order, right? Super rich. They developed, I'm not going to say they created banking, but they developed efficient systems of banking. They loaned a lot of money. They had great property. They were very powerful, right? And I don't want to go into all of the folklore dealing with them, nothing like that, because it's not too hard to figure out what those folklore stories mean symbolically. So the candidate is told about, all of this basic history dealing with the Knights Templar. All right, so let me go here. So in this address, the candidate is told that the Knights of Kadosh were originally called Knights Templars, but after the massacre by King Philip, the few who escaped found it necessary to change the title and appearance of their order. So when that term Knight Kadosh is being used there, that's one of the degrees of the Scottish Rite before you get to the 33rd degree, right? But that part is symbolic. But anyway, the candidate is told that, well, the address continues. They then laid aside the Black Order and Red Cross and substituted in its place a broad, fiery, blood-colored ribbon from the left shoulder to the right hip, to which is suspended a black spread eagle with two heads with a naked sword in its claws. About the year, I'm going to skip that because it's basically trying to tell you that the degrees of the Scottish Rite, particularly in this case, Knights Kadosh, was just a guise for the Knights Templar. All right, so let me get to the good parts of the address. Like I said, the first part start dealing with the basic history of the Knights Templar, and is leading you towards the impression that the Knights Templar, that the ones who stood true to the organization and purpose, that they transformed themselves into the Freemasons when they fled into Scotland. Okay, so the address continues and says, although it is a duty we owe to ourselves to endeavor to destroy that power which attempts to destroy us, yet it is necessary that the extent of our enmity and hostilities to the Knights of Malta should be well defined, lest we should expose ourselves to ridicule and contempt, if not to punishment by the civil law. It is not intended that if a Knight Kadosh should go up to the Mediterranean on business and accidentally meet with some of the knights of that order, that he should immediately draw the dagger and stab them in the heart. This would be deemed murder by the laws of every country and would be justly punished by death. Let me give context to that. In this doctrine at the top of the Scottish Rite, you're being told that the Knights of Malta, which was another holy order of the Roman Catholic Church, that became like the premier order after the Knights Templar were outlawed, right? You're taught that the property of the Knights Templar that was seized or robbed from the Knights Templar by the church, that it was given to the Knights of Malta, and that the Knights of Malta, which is still a Catholic holy order, right, to this day, that they're your enemies. So you're being instructed here at this point that you're not to take it literal, that if you come across a Knight of Malta, that you're to eliminate him, because that would be a murder, even though the Knights of Malta are our enemies. This is how the 33rd degree is presenting this, right? The address continues and says, but if any sovereign power should declare war against the Knights of Malta, or against any power with whom they have treaties of offense, and they are actually in the field, then we are bound by the solemn and awful obligations which we have taken, if the situation of our affairs will admit of it, to join immediately the army of their enemies, and to use our utmost exertions both in the cabinet and the field to exterminate their order, so that we may once more obtain those possessions which are the indisputable right of the Knights Templars. So, right there, that's referring to, of course, the Roman Catholic Church also, because the Knights of Malta are a holy order of the Roman Catholic Church. And the Roman Catholic Church, as a political power, is headquartered in Rome, right? In Vatican City. Vatican City is actually a sovereign state in the affairs of the world today. So, of course, the Knights of Malta would be allied with the Catholic Church because they're a holy order of the Catholic Church or the Catholic religion. So Masonry tells you here, it's like, this is why the Scottish Rite gets a lot of bad press from like non-initiates who study like what the Scottish Rite actually deals with, because it's telling you like the Catholic Church is an enemy to the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, right? And it's no secret that the Catholic Church has always been at odds with Freemasonry generally. But anyway, all right, so that part is that's part of the address, right? Let's see. Right, so basically, like I said, the address is telling you all throughout, like, this is, this is the secret here. All of those lesser degrees, basically, that you received in the Scottish Rite, they were allusions to what the Scottish Rite is really about. The succession of the Knights Templar, the Knights of King Solomon's Temple. So if a person is, let's say, you have a Freemason that's really into the whole history of the Knights Templar, the esoteric dealings of the Knights Templar, it would be interesting, because it would be like, hey, wow, the Knights Templar became the Freemasons. And you'll see it sometimes, like in movies, like they have that Disney movie, National Treasure, and they make reference to it there, the connection between the Knights Templar and the Freemasons. But all I'm telling you is that that's the so-called secret of the 33rd degree of Freemasonry. Even if you read Brother Albert Pike's books, Legenda, Morals and Dogma, he references a lot of that stuff, but he'll say it indirectly, like when he's speaking about the lower degrees of the Scottish Rite, and even in how he presented the rituals, because he polished the Scottish Rite rituals, so to speak, from the original state. He didn't change the spirit of it, that's for sure, but he polished them up. He wrote them in a more organized manner, in a more eloquent manner, etc. So you'll see that there's reference being made in the lesser degrees, particularly the degrees that deal with knighthood, right? But it'll be stated indirectly, the secret. But like I said, there's a lot of evidence, both clear and circumstantial, that there's a large amount of truth to this claim made at the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite. For example, when I mentioned that the oldest Masonic rituals and manuscripts, the ones that are irrefutably Masonic, they go back to Scotland. The oldest surviving lodge physically is in Scotland to this day. So when you look at that, the original patrons, like the original family, noble family that were patrons of the Masonic order, ancient free and accepted Masons, were the St. Clair family of Scotland. And they have roots in France. So if you look at this, there's a chapel called Rosslyn Chapel, right? In Rosslyn, Scotland. It was erected by William St. Clair, right? Who's one of the noble family called the St. Clair family, who used to be the patrons of Freemasonry officially, right? On William St. Clair's tombstone, it says Knight Templar. He died in the 1400s. And his family had a lot to do with Freemasonry, right? So, like I said, to me, that secret is believable. That the Knights Templar became the Freemasons. Is it that important to me in terms of like spiritual progress and whatnot? Nah, not necessarily, because I don't think it's essential, you know? But it is interesting in terms of the history of Freemasonry. All right, so also you have, oh yeah, let me talk about this really quickly. The real significance behind the term Scottish Rite. The real significance of it is what I said a little while earlier, where it's believed that the Knights Templar, when they went on the run, like a lot of them did get arrested and burned at the stake and stuff like that, that a lot of them fled to Scotland because it was a safe haven from the church at the time. So the term Scottish Rite, that's really what it deals with. You're going to read books that tell you stuff like, oh, no, it's the term Scottish Rite meant this or that. Nah, it has to deal with the tradition, which I believe is the correct one in terms of Masonic history, that Freemasonry began in Scotland. And that it began, meaning the Masonic organization, ancient free and accepted Masons, after the Knights Templar fled to Scotland. So that's fairly simple there. Then there's a catechism of the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite. So the catechism, which could be insightful to you, and I'll try to explain some of what it means. Right, in the catechism, you have different questions like, are you a sovereign grand inspector general? Answer, my virtue, my courage, and my zeal procured me that distinguished honor. Question, how am I to know that you are a sovereign grand inspector general? Answer, by giving you the passwords. Begin. All right, so then you have the passwords, which I wouldn't give the passwords, but what I could tell you is that, and any person who has the 33rd degree knows this, the so-called words and passwords of the 33rd degree primarily deal with a person named Jacques de Molay. Jacques de Molay, he was the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar when they were outlawed. He was the final Grand Master. He got burned at the stake by the Catholic Church. So the words have the passwords and words of the 33rd degree have reference to him. That goes back to what I was saying with the Knights Templar becoming the Freemasons. There's reference made to him, and there's reference made to King Frederick the Great of Prussia. The reason for that is that in Scottish Rite folklore, and this I don't take, I believe it to just be folklore. King Frederick the Great of Prussia, he was supposed to have been the founder of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. But the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry really, it was an offshoot, you could say that, of an older system of add-on degrees called the Rite of Perfection, consisting of 25 degrees, right? And this individual, King Frederick the Great of Prussia, he wasn't around when the Scottish Rite per se was organized, which would be in the early 1800s. However, King Frederick the Great of Prussia was a Freemason, and he was one of those kings that, when he was king, he literally, like, he was, I don't want to say preoccupied with Freemasonry, but he was a major promoter of Freemasonry in his kingdom. He would invest a lot into Masonic meeting places, and he was heavily invested in Freemasonry. So Freemasons of his era, they pretty much venerated King Frederick the Great of Prussia. But in Scottish Rite folklore, I would call it, it's alleged that he was the one who created the Scottish Rite. Let's see. All right, so I'll continue with the catechism. All right, it says, what did you see? Question: what did you see when you first entered the council chamber? Answer: the grand ineffable name of Almighty God. Question: why does it appear in our council? Answer: as our order and authority are founded on justice and equity, we fear not the searching eye of the Supreme Being, and it is likewise to remind us that we are acting in his immediate presence. It also teaches us to look up to that source for protection and support, and to worship the only true and living God. Now, when you see answers like that in the catechism, don't take it off face value like that. The Scottish Rite doesn't get deep. In prior degrees, the concepts of self-realization, man being essentially God, things like that are mentioned in the earlier degrees. Okay. Question: what is the meaning of the skeleton, skulls, bones, and firebrands in our council? Answer: to put us in mind of the massacre of our ancestors by the King of France, who brought thousands of our knights to the stake. So that answer right there, which is to put us in mind of the massacre of our ancestors by the King of France, who brought thousands of our knights to the stake. That's referring to the Knights Templar. It says the massacre of our ancestors. See how they use the term ancestors in the 33rd degree. But in reference to the Knights Templar, because a large number of the Knights Templar were burned at the stake and executed by the Catholic Church for charges of heresy. But really the church and the King of France, which was King Philip, he's referenced there, their object was really to rob the Knights Templar, because the King of France needed more money. You know how that goes in history. Roman emperors did the same type of thing. You know, I believe Caligula did that during his reign in the Roman Empire, but that's what King Philip of France did. he needed money, so he conjured up false charges against the Knights Templar to take their property. Okay. The Catechism continues. Question: why do you appear in mourning, armed with the sword? Answer: to mourn for their loss and to be prepared to avenge their death. So again, there's this concept of revenge upon those who wronged the Knights Templar, right? As far as the philosophy of the Scottish Rite. But the Scottish Rite, like I said, it would teach you to take it more symbolically, to go against those forces of superstition, indoctrination, oppression, which in ancient times, or the times that are being referred to here, would be the times where religion was in, dogmatic religion was in power. Nowadays, certain countries have a union of religion and government, but other countries and states, such as America, the political government per se is in power, and there's a separation between religion and the government, right? However, even with that separation being in place, there's still indoctrination by the government in the same way that the ancient religious government would use indoctrination against the peoples, try to suppress their freedom of speech and all of these types of things. That still goes on, not to such an extreme degree, I would say, but we live in strange times right now, where even in a country like America, you would figure that, hey, freedom of speech, that's a right. But then you have cancel cultures, like people are being persecuted indirectly for having freedom of speech. Not necessarily criminally, but by the blind mob and civilly, right? So anyway, all right. The Catechism continues. It says, question: who established this degree? Meaning the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite. Answer: our illustrious brother Frederick of Brunswick, King of Prussia. So here again, we have reference to this folklore that King Frederick the Great of Prussia created Scottish Rite Freemasonry. Then the Catechism says, okay, question: for what purpose? Meaning, for what purpose was the degree created? Answer: to regulate our hatred and opposition to the Knights of Malta, to guide our zeal and exertions through appropriate channels, and to point out the mode of our enterprise. Question: what is the cause of your hatred and opposition to the Knights of Malta? Answer: after the destruction of the greatest part of the order of Knights Templars by the King of France, in concert with Pope Clement V, their rich possessions were given to the Knights of St. John of Jerusalem, now called the Knights of Malta, from the island of that name, which is a part of our possessions, and also many other places in the Mediterranean which they hold. And as they have refused to surrender those possessions which were wrested from us by cruelties and injustice, we have bound ourselves on the increase of our order to conquer them and regain our possessions, or to nobly perish in the attempt. So you have reference again to, the doctrine of the Scottish Rite at the top, that Freemasons are the successors of the Knights Templar. and their rivalry with the Knights of Malta. All right, the Catechism continues, says, question, is this the only reason the king had in establishing this degree? Answer, he had others. He knew, according to the common course of human events, that his dissolution was not very distant, and he determined to establish a Supreme Executive Council of Grand Inspectors General, to whom he might commit the great Masonic power which he possessed, and who, after his decease, might rule the great body of Masons, agreeably to certain statutes which he framed for that purpose, that when they shall become sufficiently strong to lead them to battle against our enemies, he justly conceived that as every nation is independent in their civil government, it was most equitable they should each possess a high Masonic court, from which there could be no appeal. As this would be agreeable to every government, no jealousies could exist against the order. The craft would increase and the great end of the institution be obtained. Okay, so it continues. Question, what else did you see on entering the council chamber? Answer, I saw in the east a candlestick with 5 branches, in the west 1 of 3, in the north 1 of 1, and in the south 1 of 2. Question, what do they signify? Answer, arranging the number of lights and figures gives 5312. The year 5312 of the year of Masonry, when our order was cut off, which circumstance is likewise alluded to in opening and closing the council, and in the reception by the knocks on the door. So that answer is referring back again to the sacred numbers of the 33rd degree, 5, 3, 1, and 2, which is, again, the Masonic year 5312, which in the common calendar, 1312. That's the year when the Knights Templar historically became outlawed by the Catholic Church. That's when they officially became outlawed, right? So that answer there is saying that that was the year when our order was cut off. So the 33rd degree is saying, in essence, that the order of Freemasons and the order of the Knights Templar, not that they're the same, but that the Freemasons are the successors to the Knights Templar. All right. Next, the Catechism says, question, what is the meaning of the order you wear? And that's just talking about a decoration that you wear upon your body as a 33rd degree Mason. Answer, the white represents the purity and innocence of those who are brought to the stake, and the red represents the blood of those who were murdered. Those who were brought to the stake are the Knights Templar that were burned to the stake, at the stake, right? As the sun gives light and life to all the regions of the world, so the sun on our breasts indicates that the supreme and illustrious order to which we belong gives light and life to the great Masonic body over the universe. Question, what is the reason for the skeleton holding the standard of the order in his hand? And the standard is like a flag, basically, the flag of the Scottish Rite. Answer, to indicate the punishment of death which all those who will receive who are traitors to the order and who forfeit the obligations they have taken. It also points out to those who fight under our banners that they must conquer or nobly perish in the glorious attempt. And then there's some questions that are asked, like when the council, meaning the Supreme Council, is open and when it's closed. And those questions and answers are they're similar to what you would see in the opening of the lodge room, quote unquote. in any of the other degrees. Not the same, but similar. All right, so you have that. So other than that, like with the 33rd degree, you have, different rules for the Supreme Council, depending upon, which Masonic organization you belong to, if it works. The Scottish Rite degrees. Now that's fairly pretty much it. So with the 33rd degree, that's the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite. That's actually what the so-called quote unquote secret is. That's what it is. Now, like I said, whether you believe it or you don't believe it is another matter. I personally believe it, that the Knights Templar, the outlawed Knights Templar, or a group of the outlawed Knights Templar, fled to Scotland and transformed into the Freemasons, what we know as the Ancient Order of Free and Accepted Masons. But like I said, it's nothing of great importance or anything like that. It is very interesting to some people, and to some people it's not. Like I said, it would be a disappointment to some people because they're probably looking for some great metaphysical truth or something like this. And those great metaphysical truths, if you're really doing the Masonic work, are revealed to you in the 3 degrees: apprentice, fellow craft, and master. So the Scottish Rite has a lot of I like the Scottish Rite degrees personally. They're pretty cool. But again, the so-called 33rd degree is not the highest degree of Freemasonry. It's the highest degree of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. And another important thing to note is that, like, in the Egyptian Rite, and you have different forms of the Egyptian Rite. I just use the term Egyptian Rite because it simplifies it. You'll have over 90 degrees, over 90, depending upon which style of the Egyptian Rite one practices. And generally speaking, in the Egyptian Rite, in its different forms, the first 33 degrees are usually the 33 degrees of the Scottish Rite. So with the Scottish Rite as an organization and the Egyptian Rite as an organization, there's always tended to be a sort of a rivalry, you could say, there, because the first 33 degrees of the Egyptian Rite are the same as the as the first 33 degrees of the Scottish Rite. So the Scottish Rite Masons, like you'll see in the original form of the obligation, the original form of it for the 33rd degree, you had to state that you would not recognize any degree as being higher than the 33rd. So like if the Egyptian Rite was able to gain the type of popularity that the Scottish Rite has, the Scottish Rite will, practically speaking, the Scottish Rite will become obsolete, because the first 33 degrees of the Egyptian Rite are the same as the 33 degrees of the Scottish Rite. And even Brother Albert Pike, I believe he received the degrees of the Egyptian Rite, but he was against the Egyptian Rite. Not because of the concept of Egyptian esotericism, but because the degree structure. Because of the degree structure. So that, I understand that. So in a lot of places, you'll see like Scottish Rite bodies. They'll be like, nope. I'm saying individuals who don't have that level of tolerance, because like I said, they know that if the Egyptian rite, if it was to, gain prominence, it'll make the Scottish rite obsolete. Individuals are simply just go into the Egyptian rite, get the same 33 degrees they would get in the Scottish rite, and then more side degrees, or more add-on degrees. So yeah, so basically that's what the 33rd degree of the Scottish rite deals with. Don't take what I'm saying on face value. If you receive the 33rd degree, you know that what I'm saying is true. If not, if you're just like a casual student of Masonic symbology, seeking, you will find. You'll know. But a lot of the stuff that comes out on the internet, or even books that are just made for profit and putting out misinformation, they'll say, "Oh, the this, that, and the fourth is what the 33rd degree deals with." No, it deals with everything that I explained in this lecture here. Everything that I explained in this lecture. So that's pretty much it as far as that. Let me read. Tristan Alvarez Ross said, "What if I wanted to join Masonry? You would have to petition a lodge of Freemasons. The only thing is, take Freemason. If one is interested in Freemasonry, go in with the intention that it's a spiritual path. If you go in with the intention that you just want to use it for social connections and stuff like that, that's not, that's not a valid reason. But you will have no lack. You will have no lack of certain organizations that call themselves Masonic that do have the rituals, and they're just there to use it as a system of networking and of pretentiousness, that individuals are superior to you and things like that. A bunch of pretentious individuals. But if you approach it with a spiritual intention, then you will find the light. You will. You'll be way better off. So, I would say that. You look for a lodge, you petition it. Uh, Obviously, the members are going to want to get to know you. You want to make sure that there's a good vibe there, and then you petition for the degrees. Except in Masonry, Masonry is an organization. So there are different obligations in the organization. Spiritually, that has more to do with, learning the lessons you need to learn in life and helping to uplift and evolve humanity. But organizationally, there's responsibilities there that a lot of people, they can't uphold. Assignments, paying dues, which are dues that go to the lodge to upkeep the organization, because it costs money to, obviously buy implements for the lodge, stationery, to do things collectively as an organization. So, anything you find valuable, you're going to invest in. You know what I mean? But a lot of people aren't built for Freemasonry. They just aren't. And with the social club thing, that's a little bit different. They pretty much sell you the degrees and stuff like that. And you go and you hang out and you learn the surface meaning of Masonic rituals, the surface meaning, and stuff like that. Noble Atumbe says, so they are a Christian. So they are a Christian order of knights. Uh, if you mean the Knights Templar, in a way, you just have to remember that. I'm not saying you don't know this, but I'm saying this for the benefit of everybody. When you're dealing with ancient religions, every religion has the exoteric and the esoteric. Freemasonry, the same thing with the Knights Templar, but you have to remember that the Knights Templar, they became a holy order in either the year 1118 AD or 1119 AD. That's when they received a charter um, from the Pope sanctioning them as a holy order, like in Catholicism, which is the original Christianity, basically before Protestantism came out and all of that. One of the sacraments, like they have different holy sacraments in the Catholic Church, and one of those sacraments is called rather holy orders. So those are orders that are, orders of monks, or the Catholic Church does that so that they don't have division in the ranks. So you'll have a lot of monastic orders like the Franciscans. So some orders, they just want to meditate and live in their own community. They're not satisfied with the ordinary church services, so to speak. So that when there's a significant number of people, the leaders of the church, they'll give them a charter like, here, you can make your own community over here and do your thing, while participating in, the general ritualistic ceremonies of the Catholic Church. So the Knights Templar, they were in order like that. However, at the time in which they were sanctioned, we're talking about 1118 or 1119, the Catholic Church was the world power at the time. The Pope you would have kings that ruled over nations, but the king had to share power with the Pope. If you wanted to be a part of the Catholic religion and you were a king, you had to share power with the Pope. So the Pope was like king of kings. So once Emperor Justinian came into power, and this is important in the history of the ancient mysteries, once Emperor Justinian came into power, what he did was he put out edicts that forbade. I mean, there were already edicts forbidding non-Catholic religions, but he enforced those edicts, and this is in the 500s AD I'm talking about as far as Emperor Justinian. If you weren't Catholic, you were getting persecuted. Your religion would be illegal. That's how the ancient Egyptian religion lost popularity. At one point in time, the ancient Egyptian religion was very popular throughout the world until the Roman Catholic Church became one with the Roman Empire. Then it was a wrap. So the Greek religion was popular too. It disappeared. Not saying it vanished completely, but people would still be practicing the Egyptian religion today if it wasn't for the Roman Catholic Church persecuting it. When they were the world power. So naturally, whoever was an initiate at the time, or the different students of the ancient mystery schools, what they tended to do was to hide their true spiritual path behind Christianity, like, a Catholic form of religion. You know what I mean? So that's how that went down. So the Knights Templar, they were a Christian order, but an esoteric one. But their esoteric teachings, they kept it amongst themselves for the most part. The individual who vouched for the Knights Templar was Saint Bernard of France. And he has writings that still exist. And in his writings, even though he was a priest, he didn't, like make it obvious that he's dealing with esoteric things, because that was forbidden. It could get you killed in those days. But he would still express himself in certain ways that if you read in between the lines, you would know that he was an initiate. But so yeah, so that's the thing. You know what I mean? And it's, like I said, the same thing with Freemasonry, the organization. When Freemasonry, the organization, ancient free and accepted Masons began, our rituals still have a Christian overtone, but that's deceptive. It's it's deceptive. Really, what we preserve is not, well, like, we do preserve the Christian mysteries too, which are esoteric, but we preserve the ancient mysteries generally, whether it be the Egyptian mysteries, the Greek mysteries, the Indian mysteries, etc., because those are the esoteric aspects of religion. Anybody who believes in exoteric religion is in no way, shape, or form an initiate, and nor are they even worthy for initiation, because they still have the blindfold on. Like, they're not mentally mature enough if they think God somewhere revealed something to a prophet. So that's something to always be careful with, um, in the beginning stages of your journey. Even with like Islam, for example, and the Kabbalah. In the case of Islam, you have the esoteric aspect, which is Sufism, and you have plenty of fake Sufis. I've met dozens of, I can't say hundreds, but I've met dozens of fake Sufis in person. Not to mention dealing with social media, I've met dozens of fake Sufis, which are individuals who literally believe, the fake Sufis I'm talking about. They literally believe in the Quran. They literally believe that Muhammad received this from on high, from some mystery God somewhere. And they think that what makes them a Sufi is that they're more devoted in their salat, or their prayer, and in their rituals than the ordinary Muslim. No, that doesn't make a Sufi. A real Sufi knows the truth as pertains to Islam and all exoteric religion. It's just that a Sufi will culturally feel comfortable um, using the rituals laid down by Muhammad. He feels comfortable using that. He feels comfortable using the Quran as a book to guide him in spirituality, but he doesn't take that as being literal. Oh, God really said this to Muhammad. Muhammad is some special guy who's a prophet, and God God made him a prophet. No. Um and similarly with the Kabbalah, you have fake Kabbalists, and the fake Kabbalist would just be a Jew who thinks that because he prays more than the regular Jew, or he performs more rituals, he's more kosher than the regular Jew, that makes him a Kabbalist. No, a Kabbalist is an esoteric Jew. A real Kabbalist knows that the Bible, meaning the Jewish Bible, and any religious book, is written by a man, and that the exoteric parts of the religion are to keep the masses in control. That's what it's for. That's why, like, if you ever have a discussion with the profane, which are uninitiated people, who subscribe to these different religions in a literalist sense, they're the dumbest people that you can meet. I swear to God. Meaning, I swear upon myself, bro. These are the dumbest people intellectually that you'll ever meet. But that's why there's something tailor made for them. because they're not that bright intellectually. They can have college degrees, they can have all of that, but that doesn't mean that they're intellectually bright. So, though, like, you'll notice those that are, like I said, the dumbest people. The dumbest people. Even atheists are smarter than them, because at least atheists would question the validity of these different books. But once you get to the core of the matter, like a Muslim is easily misled, or excuse me, a Christian can be easily misled into Islam, because a Christian is going to believe, oh, the Bible really comes from God. So they'll read something in the Quran and say, oh, the Quran is a little bit more consistent in terms of having or containing contradictions. The Quran contains contradictions too. Like in the blue lodges in my jurisdiction, we pick all of that apart, bro, from the beginning. So you're gonna come across those individuals, the profane. You have the Muslims, and God bless their heart, man. Like it's ignorance is bliss sometimes. You'll have the Muslims, the profane, which Muslims are profane people. So are Christians, so are Jews. And the Muslim will believe, oh, this book has no contradictions, and the Quran contains hundreds of contradictions. But it just takes for you to pick it apart. Don't accept it off of face value. But ultimately, just when you look at the basic questions, when you're skeptical, oh, who wrote the Quran? A man wrote it. It seems so simple, and it is so simple, but when one's mind is cloudy, it's not that simple for them. They'll try to argue it. No, but this I could prove to you. No, you cannot prove it. A man wrote the Quran. It's manufactured by men. It contains contradictions. It's not perfect. Oh, Muhammad got it from God. Prove it. They can't. They think they could prove it, but no, you can't prove it. If you cannot apply the scientific method to something and come up with solid results, it's not proven. It's a belief. Same thing with the Bible. You know what I mean? All of these religions are man-made, and they all try to convince you that this superior being somewhere out there in the cosmos, he revealed the book. But you're not given any better proof than the other religion. And Brother Albert Pike talks a lot about this in Morals and Dogma. It's funny. Like you can't prove it. You're all making a baseless claim. It's only going to work upon people who take it off at face value. You know what I mean? So, but again, don't confuse that with the esoteric. An esoteric Muslim, which is a Sufi, knows that Muhammad made it up. He's not disillusioned in that. He's just going to use practices that Muhammad used because that's his culture. You know what I mean? He might pray like Muhammad prayed, or he might say, I'm not going to pray 5 times a day. I'm only going to pray twice if he feels like it. But, that'll be his cultural expression. Similar thing with the Kabbalah, like I said. So that's pretty much it as far as that. Noble Atsum Bey said the Pope is like the Sultan to the Islamic world, kind of, except that the Catholic Church is centralized. You know what I mean? That's a big difference there. Islam is not really centralized like that. They just have like a consensus of so-called scholars, But with the Catholic Church, nah, bro, that the Catholic Church is like, the Islamic community is powerful, no doubt about that. I'm saying in world affairs. But like the Catholic Church is so centralized. You know, there's no question in the authority of the Pope. In Islamic nations, you would have a sultan, and the sultan would just rule over that country, not over the whole Islamic ummah, as they would say, or community overall. Yeah, like with Gnosticism, gnosis, that's a synonym. Technically, it's Greek, which means knowledge. But when you look at Kabbalah and gnosis, those are the same things. Don't think that Kabbalah doesn't contain in it aspects of what you would call Christianity. Those terms are synonymous. Just one is Greek. They don't mean exactly the same thing, but they, in practice, they are the same thing. Gnosticism and the Kabbalah. It's just gnosis means knowledge. Kabbalah means that which has been received. Noble Atumbe said the King of Morocco is the Sultan of the international Sunni community. Nah, not at all. Morocco is its own country. So when you're dealing with the Sunni ideology, which is quote unquote Orthodox Islam, the people that rule over the Sunni community, I'm saying as far as like a global community, or a a, it's like a panel of scholars. That's what it is. Different scholars that people accept. So like for a long time with Sunnism, the Sunni, Orthodox Islam, there used to be a handful of accepted schools of thought, like the Hanafi school, the Maliki school, and so on and so forth. And those were just like imams from the old times that rulers did back them. Don't get me wrong. That's how they became considered orthodox. But when you're dealing with Sunni Islam, scholars are the ones who they say what goes down in terms of like where jurisprudence is concerned. And then with the Shiite world, you have, like, for example, Iran is a Shiite state. So the official religion of Iran is Shiism, but a specific type of Shiism, which is 12er Shiism. The Shiites that believe that there are 12 successors to the Prophet Muhammad, who are the offspring of Ali and Fatima, the Prophet's daughter, and her husband, which is his cousin. So Iran is like a different thing. But that, their official religion is Shiism, the Shiite Muslims. And even with Shiism, as far as like the scholars are concerned, it's the scholars that hold really the power. You know what I mean? They really hold the power, whereas the president would be a figurehead. But the Roman Catholic Church, a whole big different thing. Like, even in ancient times, but more especially in ancient times, where the Catholic Church actually, like I said, the kings would have to share rulership with the Pope. The Pope's edicts were golden. So it's not really like that with Islam. It's like when Saddam Hussein was in power in Iraq. You had a bunch of Muslims, especially Shiites. There are a lot of Shiites in Iraq back then and even to this day. And they wouldn't jack, Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein would have to, as far as religious matters are concerned, he would have to go to the scholars, because Saddam Hussein was never never accepted in the Muslim world as being an authority figure on matters of the religion. Otherwise, he would have been considered a scholar of Islam. Now, when Iran, like when Khomeini made Iran Shiite officially, Ayatollah Khomeini was just not the ruler as far as politically. He was also a scholar of Shiism, the Shiite, the 12th Shiite faction of Islam. Brilliant Nick said, why are you dodging my questions, my brother? Because the questions that you asked are in the beginning of the video. All you got to do is rewind it. Everything you asked, I already answered. Noble Atum Bey said, the king is the head scholar for the Sunni Islamic community and those who claim descent of the prophet of Muhammad, who are Alaway. No, that's not true. I don't know who, again, I don't know if you're Moorish Science Temple or something like that. And I'm not assuming, well, I am assuming, but I could be wrong. It's an assumption. Nah. Because I... What time? 2:12. All right. Because I do know former Moorish Science Temple guys who became Sunnis and Shiites, and they'll keep Bey in their name and stuff like that. But I'm not. Absolutely incorrect. But it's not important. I know that. Like I said, I've mentioned in past lectures, in solid Masonic lodges, we deal with world religion, world culture, all of that. And definitely not. The king of a nation is not the head of any particular Islamic factions. Definitely not the case. That would be to say, like over here in America, you take let's say a Salafi Muslim, which is still a Sunni, but you take a Salafi Muslim and you ask him, yo, who's the head of the Islamic Ummah? He's definitely not going to tell you the king of Morocco. Absolutely not. He's going to be like, nah, the king of Morocco is the king of Morocco. But again, you have to see, like with Islam, they have in the different branches of Islam. Not by branch, I mean the different sects of Islam. The most orthodox being Sunni Muslims. And a lot of those Sunni Muslims in modern times refer to themselves as Salafis. Like when it comes to religious jurisprudence and those matters, they refer to their scholars. Their scholars have the authority on religious matters. Their kings or whatever, or presidents of a particular country would have the authority in civic matters, not in the religious matters. No, but again, that's politics. That's not even really in the scope of our discussion. Oh, Brilliant Nick said, are you in the Blue Lodge? Why would you ask a question when it very clearly it's stated on the screen? Are you in the Blue Lodge? The Blue Lodge is the 3 degrees of Masonry, bro. Apprentice, fellow craft master. Why are you asking asinine questions? That's why I said rewind the video. It's going to explain that to you. The Blue Lodge means the 3 official degrees of Masonry. Everything else is an add-on degree, a side degree, unofficial, though useful in many respects. Oftentimes, you don't say, hey, every Mason is a Blue Lodge Mason. There is no Mason who's not a Blue Lodge Mason. Even if you took the Scottish Rite degrees, you still have the blue degrees. So all the answers to your question, go back to the beginning and it will explain it. It explain all of that to you. Do I have the Scottish Rite degrees? Yes. But that's that. What's the go back to the beginning and explain that, man. Noble Atabey said, if you're Sunni Muslim in America and you deal with Sufism, right now, today, a Sunni Muslim would recognize the king of Morocco. No, you're wrong about that. But again, that's not even in the scope of our conversation. I know that because I know plenty of Muslims, let alone with being proficient in Islamic practices. But I'm not a Muslim. But when it comes to Islamic theology and all of that stuff, that's definitely not the case. I don't know if you got that from Noble Drew Ali's writings or something like that, but that's false. 100%. Sunni Muslims, they're the leader of their country and the leaders and the ummah and the community separate. It's different. They acknowledge the scholars, like I said. That's who they acknowledge as having the say on matters of jurisprudence, which mean matters of law, not as leaders of the of the Islamic community. Like, you got to study the Sunni, is, the Sunni form of Islam, and you'll understand that even in their history, which I entertain it because it's a little bit Brilliant Nick said, what's in front of me, bro? No, I said go back to what's in front of you is ancient, free, and accepted Masons. Look, when you say if you're in the York Rite or the Scottish Rite, right? I explained earlier in the video, but maybe it's a good question. I should not jump the gun, right? When I first came into Freemasonry, for example, what I used to think was that either you're York Rite or you're Scottish Rite, right? I used to, because I was a young Mason, brand new. So I didn't know too much. But I used to think like that. Like, oh, okay, is a person York Rite or they're Scottish Rite? And that's not how it works. Now, you could be part of a Masonic organization that works the Scottish Rite, meaning they're a Scottish Rite organization. For example, let's say Les Joyeux, which is co-Masonic. They work the Scottish Rite. Their organization is based upon Scottish Rite Masonry. That's what they deal with. Then you have, for example, Masonic organizations that are based on the Egyptian Rite, and that's what they work, right? And then you have Masonic organizations that they're based on Blue Masonry, which is the Blue Lodge, meaning they'll have a Grand Lodge where the organization is controlled by the Grand Master, who need not have taken any of the add-on degrees. However, the Grand Lodge will have, in terms of Blue Masonry, will have authority to say, okay, the Scottish Rite could operate in our jurisdiction or it cannot operate in our jurisdiction. These types of Masonic degree systems are unlawful in our jurisdiction, etc. So in the latter type of an organization, you could take the York Rite and you could take the Scottish Rite. So you can't say, yo, you are you can't imply that a person would only be either a York Rite Mason or a Scottish Rite Mason. Now, on the other hand, I think we probably saying the same thing, maybe, but I don't like people to get confused in that. So I know when I was a younger Mason in the beginning, I thought, oh, you're either a Scottish Rite Mason or York Rite Mason, and that's not the case. So like with the York Rite, I have the degrees as well as with the Scottish Rite, but I don't consider myself a York Rite Mason nor a Scottish Rite Mason, because I understand Masonry a little bit deeper. Same thing with the Egyptian Rite. So I explained in the beginning that, and in other lectures, that a lot of organizations, they'll use these add-on degrees, these appendant bodies, for egotistical purposes and to mislead, and it's the blind leading the blind a lot of times. So pardon the misunderstanding. Brilliant Nick said, bro, when you're in the first 3 degrees, you then get invited from there to the Scottish Rite, Knights Templar, York Rite, depending on your interests, of course. See, so there, it's important you note that. That's why I said, when I speak on these subjects, I'm not speaking from the perspective of so-called mainstream Masonry or social club Masonry. You have various different Masonic organizations in this country and throughout the world. For political, I don't mean political in terms of like governmental reasons, but within the sphere of Freemasonry. So you have organizations that work strictly the Scottish Rite. Like in Louisiana, they have the oldest Scottish Rite body there is, and it's not even mainstream. It's its own thing. It's not recognized by the mainstream, and they don't recognize the mainstream. But it's been there for the longest time. And their structure is strictly Scottish Rite. Strictly Scottish Rite. Like when you take the Scottish Rite degrees per se, you'll see there's different things contained in the rituals, such as the prerogatives of Masons of different degrees in the Scottish Rite, that practically, if you're in a Masonic organization where the Blue Lodge is supreme, you can't do those things. Like an inspector general in a Masonic jurisdiction that recognizes the Blue Lodge as supreme, an inspector general can't go and take precedence over the worshipful master of a lodge or the sitting grand master. That's not going to happen. But like I said, you have organizations in this country and throughout the world that are strictly Scottish Rite. And they run through that system where the Supreme Council controls their whole organization. But it's not the purpose of these lectures to, like I said, to get into those differences. That's not the purpose. This is mostly for the spiritual value of Freemasonry. But I do get what you're saying there. And it's correct from the perspective that you're coming from. No doubt about it. This is hilarious. Noble Atum Bey said, either you're a Christian, Jewish, Islamic, or tribal, scientific, or gay. That's hilarious. Brilliant Nick says, Scottish Rite will hold more secrets, though, in terms of the big picture, wouldn't it? Nah, bro. What I would say is, again, the blue degrees contain everything that's essential. It's just that in social club lodges, they don't instruct the members, let alone the 7 liberal arts. They don't even do that. The esoteric and the occult sciences, if you want to say that in general. So individuals are not able to connect the dots. So on this channel, I break a lot of stuff down, whether it's dealing with the legend of Hiram Abiff, the esoteric meaning, different rites, meaning different rituals within the blue degrees. Some stuff, obviously, I can't say which those are more superficial things, but that's just the part of the constitution of my jurisdiction, so I can't do it. But the blue degrees are profound, you know, but they can be profound if a person is trying to pass through them in a couple of months or a year, you know. The Scottish Rite just elaborates. That's all it does. And even then, you still have to use the keys of the Kabbalah, the keys of alchemy, to interpret most of the rituals in the Scottish Rite. But there's nothing you will learn in the Scottish Rite esoterically. Exoterically, if you just take the Scottish Rite exoterically all the way through, and you didn't, like, you received your degree superficially in the Blue Lodge or something like this, you would be better off. But that's if you take the degrees of the Scottish Rite just on the surface alone, you would be better off. Unfortunately, in a lot of the Scottish Rite organizations, whether that's from the mainstream perspective or otherwise, they'll, like with the mainstream of the Scottish Rite, if you get invited, like you said, or you ask, you can ask too. You could just ask for a petition for the 4th through the 32nd. Now, when you fill out that petition, I'm saying when it comes to the mainstream Scottish Rite in this country, other countries are a little different. And then, like I said, you have different organizations in different jurisdictions. But I'm speaking about the mainstream in America, which would be the southern jurisdiction or the northern jurisdiction. As soon as you get approved to receive the Scottish Rite degrees, bro, you go straight to the 32nd degree, Sublime Prince of the Royal Secret, or Master of the Royal Secret. So if you're Master Mason in the Blue Lodge, I'm saying the social club Masonry, the mainstream, when you get approved to receive the degrees of the Scottish Rite, you get kicked straight up to the 32nd immediately. That's a fact. And then you don't even get the chance. You have to take it upon yourself if you come into the Scottish Rite through those mediums. You have to take it upon yourself to go to different conventions and, you know, receive the degrees before the 32nd. Yeah, you can look at any mainstream Scottish Rite Mason you know who went through the Blue Lodge, and then see when he gets his Scottish Rite degrees. You'll see, as soon as he gets approved, it's like a microwave. Within the same month, you'll see he'll be at the 32nd degree, Sublime Prince of the Royal Secret, right away. But the reason for that is because with social club Masonry, it's more about the money, paying the bills, paying the rent, and passing everybody through so that the outer shell of the organization could continue to be in motion. And then it takes a lot of time, dedication, and work to actually to perform or put on the rituals of the Scottish Rite. Right? Because the room in which the ceremony is going to take place is constantly changing. I'm saying in accordance with how the rituals are structured. So it takes a lot of implements, a lot of money and stuff like that, at least ritualistically, to really put a person through the Scottish Rite degrees, you know, full ritual format. Not to include the actual study. You know what I mean? And that's crazy, but it's the truth. When I first came into Freemasonry, I didn't know that either. I used to see so many brothers with the title of 32nd degree. And I used to be like, wow, this person must have been studying for a while. But then Then I found out the truth, like, oh, everybody gets the 32nd degree in the mainstream as soon as you get the Scottish right. Off the rip, that's where you go straight to the 32nd. So, but the degrees are pretty good as far as like the ritual ceremonies. But if you really apply the Kabbalah and you apply the esoteric keys to the degrees of the Scottish right, it is deep. I like the degrees a lot. They're just not essential, you know? There's nothing there of value that's not in the blue degrees. Same thing with the York Rite. I like the York Rite, which only really exists in America. You don't have the York Rite outside of America. You have some of the degrees of the York Rite practiced outside of America, but so yeah, so that, you know, there's a lot of misinformation and stuff like that that goes on in regards to Freemasonry, generally speaking. You know, even with like the Scottish right out here, guys like, oh, this is Red Masonry or the Red Lodge, and it's like, no, that's not. I don't know who came up with that, but the Scottish rite of Freemasonry is not called the Red Lodge or the Red Degrees, not by any authentic Masonic organization, whether it's exoteric or esoteric. The so-called Red Masonry is really Royal Arch Masonry, which in America forms part of the York Rite. And that has to do with, you know, the chapter. We say Red Lodge loosely, but the chapter, the place in which the ceremonies take place, being decorated in red, as well as the regalia. So Red Masonry is really Royal Arch Masonry. But I'll see bad information on the internet, even on YouTube, with people like Red Masonry is the Scottish Rite. Nah, Red Masonry is Royal Arch Masonry. You know, in a loose sense, you could call it York Rite Masonry, but like I said, the York Rite doesn't exist outside of America. And if it does, it's, you know, it's not that popular outside of America. Let me read some of this. This seems interesting. Noble Atumbe said, in the ancient Orient, all religion was more or less a mystery, and there was no divorce from it, no divorce of it from philosophy. I think you want to say, yeah, that's Brother Albert Pike says that in Morals and Dogma in the first few chapters somewhere. It's a good book, Morals and Dogma. Brother Albert Pike, like people do that too. Like they'll try to paint him as some type of a racist, and I look at a man for his works. And out to me, Brother Albert Pike was one of the great teachers of Freemasonry. You know, I know that because I've actually read his books, front to back. You know, so yeah, he was a profound teacher, but I know that comes from him. Brilliant Nick said, let me be more specific. The 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite holds the most juiciest of secrets. Nah, it doesn't. I already explained what the secret is earlier. All you got to do, like if you watch this, I think maybe within the first half hour, 40 minutes or so, I say what the secret is of the 33rd degree, the actual secret. It's not, it's interesting, but nah, it's not like, it's cool to me. And I explain why I think it's interesting, why I believe it's true. But I don't know that it's true for a fact, because in the ancient mystery schools, epistemology is one of the subjects of our curriculum. Epistemology is the study of the nature of knowledge. What is knowledge? What do you really know? And the more that you study epistemology and apply it, the more you relate to Socrates, the philosopher of ancient Greece. You know, you relate to that more. Like with a lot of history, do you really know? Or I'm asking rhetorically. You know, do you really know? Do we really know if this aspect of world history is the truth? If so, how? Right? So, yeah, so it's mentioned there. Brilliant Nick said just the fact that there's 1 billion things related to the number 33, and that every single thing invented is by a 33rd degree Freemason, pretty much. That's hilarious, bro. But we talked about that too earlier on in here. But I just wanted to touch upon that because there's so much misinformation about the 33rd degree. And then sometimes when you're new in Freemasonry, you receive bad information and you would think that Masons of a higher degree are pulling your coattail or they're lying to you about certain things, which sometimes I don't want to say that I haven't really encountered lying. I've encountered more misinformation. More of misinformation. Like with Prince Hall Masonry, I deal with a lot of Prince Hall Masons, obviously, you know, being from the inner city. And Prince Hall Masonry is it's like mainstream Masonry in the sense that it's exoteric in nature more than anything. It's a little bit off from at least one thing that so-called mainstream exoteric Masonry has good going for itself is it doesn't allow the I'm saying in the Blue Lodge, it doesn't allow the introduction of exoteric religious dogma in terms of what goes on in the lodge. Whereas with Prince Hall Masonry, because Prince Hall was not really an initiate, Prince Hall was a Christian who he got involved in social club Masonry and he interpreted Masonry from the rosy colored lenses perspective of Christianity. So in Prince Hall Masonry, that's a little strange. A lot like they'll invoke Jesus and weird shit that is like thing what was I saying there? Oh, but the point I'm making is that you have a lot of misinformation. So like I've seen it in Prince Hall Masonry where they'll try to tell the younger guys they'll take the red degrees, which would mean the Royal Arch degrees. And there you're going to find the real lost word of a Master Mason. And it's bullshit. You're not going to find the real lost word of a Master Mason. You're going to find another symbol of the lost word of a Master Mason. But also they're trying to sell you on the degrees. Obviously, you have to pay money in Freemasonry, like I said, to maintain the organization, to pay the rent, and to do this, that, and the third. But it's a lot of pretentiousness that goes on there. Just like with that, that's funny. 33rd degree Masons invented invented everything. I'll entertain some of this because it's a little bit funny to me. Noble Atum Bey said, Albert Pike was pro-state. He wanted the welfare state. He didn't want to be under the one God, Allah, which is the law of the land, Sharifian law. See what you're talking about there? Atambe is some Islamic shit, which is no. You see, you're expressing exactly what I was talking about, which is a profane. You think that Allah is some fucking mystery God and Allah sent the Quran down. No, bro. The Quran is like any other religious book. It's meant to control the dumb, deaf, and blind. That's all it's meant to do. Every spiritually enlightened being knows that the Quran is made up, just like the Bible is made up. It's made up by men. That's all, to control people, primarily. Another aspect of the scriptures, though, is to reveal the truth to those who are capable of receiving it. But nah, man, Islam is young, not to mention. Islam is a offshoot of Judaism and Christianity. So, nah, man, every entity is God, bro. Everything. Whether you realize you are God or you don't is another matter. But when a person is young, like the Bible says it this way, under the guise of a character named Saint Paul. The character Saint Paul in the Bible says, milk is for babies, meat is for strong men, which is to say that the exoteric, the milk, that's regular religion, Islam, Moorish Science Temple, Nation of Islam, Christianity, Judaism, that's for babies. Individuals who are not spiritually enlightened yet, they need that. It's the exoteric. You know, the mature, the spiritually mature, they realize that they are the book of God. It's deep like that, you know what I mean? But that's another problem that Freemasons tend to encounter, and that's profane individuals, meaning people who subscribe to organized religions, misusing our teachings and trying to say that Freemasonry secret is this or that. There's no end to that propaganda. Like you have Christians who they want to teach, oh, Masonry secret is our religion. Yay, look, I'm so right. Oh, I know it. God loves me. I know everything. Then you got Muslims who do it. Oh, you got the shrine degree in Freemasonry. Look, Islam is really their secret. Allah loves me. I love Allah. I know the truth. I'm a know-it-all. And they're wrong. And it's so easy to pick it apart. Like with the Shriner degree. The Shriner degree wasn't invented until the late 1800s. It's very new. It's very young. You know? And it's a side degree. You know? It's not an official degree. It's a side degree. And really what it deals with is Sufism. But it's not a higher grade in spiritual consciousness at all. It's just another outward form of another religion. And that's it. So there's a lot of stuff, man. Interesting conversation. Oh, Hassan Bashir. Peace and greetings. What's going on, man? But even stuff like this is interesting, right? Just try. You want to break out of the religion. When you confuse the symbol for the thing it symbolizes, you become lost. This is why in true Freemasonry, it's a beautiful thing. Every man makes his religion for himself. Amongst Freemasons, we're free thinkers. There's so much knowledge to be gained, bro. So much knowledge to be gained. But don't get caught in the exoteric shit. The exoteric religions, the symbology of them is useful on your path, but it's not the truth. It's not that which we call the lost word of a master mason at all. But the gentleman mentioned, he mentioned that in the movie John Wick, John Wick got his finger cut by a Moor in the desert. I've never seen John Wick, but I know it's very popular, and I wouldn't doubt that because you'll have different movies that you like. All right, where concentration goes, energy flows. That's what grows. If you're looking at things from a with glasses that have rosy lenses, as they say, you're only gonna see the shit you're looking for. So let's say a person is Moorish Science Temple, which is cool. There's good teachings in the Moorish Science Temple, but the Moorish Science Temple is another fucking religion it's still Islam, in my opinion, but it's a form of Islam that has its esoteric aspects, and then it has its exoteric. And the exoteric people are the ones that are going to say, hey, Noble Drew Ali was the great prophet. And bro, no, he was the fucking man just like you and me. But he had the light and he had the insight. And I'm not going to say he learned the hard way, but he's leading exoteric people who they're looking at him as he's the prophet, quote unquote. They don't see the light within themselves, no matter how clear Noble Drew Ali makes it. Fuck the exoteric stuff that Noble Drew Ali was talking about. We're talking about the deeper things, that man is Allah, man is God. These types of things. And the profane, they saw the money coming in, shit like that. A lot of them started to kind of realize, like, nah, he plagiarized this from over here, meaning he copied certain older books and presented them as being his own book. He didn't do nothing wrong by doing that, but when people find out and they're not seeing the deeper purpose behind the thing, they're going to take it as, oh, he deceived me, he's a charlatan, fuck this dude. And they squatted up against Noble Drew Ali and they tried to kill him. A bunch of shit happened with that, right? But anyway, don't look at things through glasses with a rosy lens. You're going to look at movies and see various different allusions to different ancient philosophies and schools of wisdom that are helpful. Not just Sufi stuff or, like Islamic fakirs in a movie or Moors in a movie. You're going to have movies that have a fucking Indian guy who's a guru or something like that popping up in the scene to teach you something. Or you go watch the movie Matrix and see when the Oracle invites Neo in and you see over the portal, meaning the entrance into her domain, know thyself, which is referring to the ancient Greek religion. But if you looking at shit from just one angle, oh, it's the Greek, yeah, we're superior, look, oh, the ancient, my religion, the Greek religion, oh shit, know thyself, yeah. You know, there's valuable teachings and everything. And the wise know that, you know what I mean? But that's to say that there are useful things in Sufism. The Sufi path is esoteric. But like I said, you have fake Sufis that really believe Muhammad is some fucking unique fucking being who God gave this Quran to, and he's the last prophet and all this weird shit. It's intended for them to believe that way. They're in the dark. In reality, Muhammad was a Kabbalist. That's it. He was an initiate of the ancient mysteries, and he created a different religion to bring some type of civil order to his environment. It's pretty much it. But that's interesting. I'll check that out. Brilliant Nick said it's a tool, definitely. Noble Atombe said Allah is nature. Yeah, God is nature, meaning God is the universe. And that's been proven scientifically. Everything is whatever, we conceive of as being God. That's the law of conservation of energy. Energy is neither created nor destroyed. It changes state only. So therefore, everything that is will forever be and has forever been. It's deep like that. I can't always go so deep into the wisdom because your mind, you, like the yogis say, you go into a state of samadhi sometimes that your consciousness expands so much, you know. Brilliant Nick said the characters might be real. The events didn't happen as it is. Gotta have eyes to see and ears to hear, or whatever the fuck they say. Wisdom is in there for sure, pretty much, yeah. Brilliant Nick said people lose logic and common sense and get indoctrinated by hopeful, wishful thinking. Need to control the ego from time to time. That's true. Noble Atumbe said that taught the Egyptian order Ma'at the way of the seers were instructed to honor all seers. Of course, it's just we have to remember that you have people, my brother, like I said, that they get caught up. But it's also important that we be vigilant with concentration goes, energy flows. That's what grows. So I've come to also realize with the advent of social media, for example, you'll have a bunch of that stuff like trolls, um, charlatans, all type of stuff. And the concentration will be upon the negative shit, the ego battles, like uh, Nick was saying. Basically, the ego battles, like, oh, this guru and and this person and that person, and you're like, yo, these people are so fucking caught up in egoism. They're in no way, shape, or form enlightened, but they're wearing the costumes of what the masses conceive of as being the costumes of enlightened people or the demeanors of enlightened people and stuff like that. So you learn to break past those paradigms, you know. It's like if you have a person that curses like a trucker, you never really know. That person could be the wisest person. And they're doing that maybe for shock value or whatever. Or they're just being themselves. But they're super wise. And you'll miss the lesson if you're just looking at it like this is how a wise person is supposed to be, and so on and so forth. So you have so many charlatans and so much bullshit. And the ego battles. And it's good not to get, obviously, to get caught up in it, because where concentration goes, energy flows, and that's what grows. You have people that focus on narcissism. Their whole fucking platform would be how to tell a narcissist what a narcissist did to me, what he did to you. Would you like to identify a narcissist? Here are 5 traits. And you'll be like, what the fuck? Why would that be your whole focus? Because more than likely, you're the fucking narcissist. More than likely. And it bothers you that somebody else loves themselves or whatever. So, yeah. So, if we approach things from that perspective, a seer should honor a seer. Of course, if you know a person to be a seer, but if they're a charlatan, bro, no, absolutely not. So like in my midst, it's like that. You know what I mean? I've met the fucking fake voodoo priests and the fake babalaos and all this shit with Santeria and all these charlatan motherfuckers, soothsayers, people having foresight, and I always test them, bro. I test them, and when they don't pass the test, you're discountenancing them, like, get out of here. They get mad though, like, oh yeah, like, listen, stop fronting, stop perpetrating the fraud, stop trying to mislead people. That's why I often say in Freemasonry, we say Mason because it's like, it's a way to not sound pretentious. There's nothing wrong with saying I'm God. That's the truth. But if you look at, like in the story of Jesus in the Bible, who's again a character, like Nick was saying, which is the truth, you see that in the story, Jesus gets persecuted for talking like that. In the story, because people are like, who the fuck this guy thinks he is? You God? Get out of here. You know they're taking it the wrong way. So I often emphasize that. We say Mason to say a builder, a God, indirectly. So it's like, oh, these are Masons, right? If we just say we're God to these people, bro, come on now. Memory can be your friend. I remember when I was unenlightened and I used to come across the true and living gods, the real gods, whether they Masons or not, you know, and they would profess that. And I would be like, man, I'll still deal with them because I knew that they were already people claiming that shit. And again, most of them were charlatans back then, but some were really the true and living. And it was meant for me to meet those people. But at first, when I was profane, and I was already a Mason, but spiritually I was profane in the beginning. But I was an apprentice spiritually. And I'll be like, man, get the fuck out of here. And like this person is crazy. This person is smart, but they're crazy at the same. You God, you bugging out. But later I understood. Now I understand. I know which ones were the true and living and which ones were the parrots. So with the true and living, it's like, oh shit, yeah. Those who know they are God, they come into that self-realization. It's ingrained in them, it's there. And it's very mysterious, you know what I mean? How we come across these people. But it's really the law of attraction, not in the law of attraction in science, but quote unquote, the law of attraction, which is really the law of correspondence in science. The law of attraction is something else in science, but the law of correspondence, the Hermetic principle of correspondence. And the funny thing is sometimes those people do join organizations. I've met plenty like that who decide to join Freemasonry. And with those individuals you could put them through the degrees in a few months because they're already seasoned, right? So yeah, it's deep. And I appreciate the comments and stuff like that. Damn, this stream is going. And this stream went on for a long time. I'm gonna have to leave a footnote, like, yo, everything that's of essential importance is in this part, like the first hour. But I'm enjoying the conversation a little bit. Tom Bay says, so you suggest brothers get initiated into Freemasonry here in America, and how does it apply to the government and the courts? I don't suggest brothers get initiated into Freemasonry over here. You could get initiated into any mystic order that's official. Like, you could come into alchemy. But, like I said, if you're sincere, especially now in the age of information, you could do some due diligence. And some things you're going to have to learn through trial and error. Alchemy is a good school. Unfortunately, like everything else, that's polarity in nature. Like everything else, you're going to have a bunch of bogus alchemists, fake alchemists, people that just read Paulo Coelho, or they want to sound like they're somebody and they proclaim themselves an alchemist. There's hundreds of those people, maybe thousands, on social media, in the streets. And they're not what they say they are. But if you're sincere, you come across a true master of alchemy, or a true alchemist who may not be a master, and you get initiated that way into that tradition of alchemy. I like alchemy a lot, but I'm not an alchemist. I'm a Freemason, but I understand alchemy because we speak the same language just through different symbols. So maybe esoterically you could say I'm an alchemist or something like that. But I would not like go out there and say, hey, I'm an alchemist, because I understand that alchemy is a mystery school. It is. It's its own school. So in the exoteric world of things, meaning, the outer world, if there's a real alchemist here or a real alchemist there, I'm going to acknowledge the alchemist as my brother or sister once I test them, and I could test them because I know alchemy. So I'll have a good idea of who's a real alchemist and who's not. But just because I understand their knowledge and I know it, I won't say I'm an alchemist, because that's an exoteric symbol more than anything. But I would still feel the bond of brotherly and sisterly love interacting with real alchemists, just like I've interacted with alchemists who are not Freemasons, but they know Freemasonry. They know it and they understand it. And the bond is there. So I would see them spiritually like, oh, this is a fellow brother. He's a Mason too, but now I'm using that symbolically, spiritually. So yeah, so the point is, I don't think that people need to fucking be initiated into Freemasonry per se. What I do know is that for us who are Freemasons, we could do a better job in helping to I guess stimulate, you could say, the purpose of our existence as humans as a whole. And sometimes I don't like saying certain shit because it sounds dogmatic. But generally speaking, it's the truth. Our purpose as humans is to evolve. I'm saying collectively, to evolve into who we really are, which is God, the universe. I'm not getting that shit from a book or nothing like that, even though that's the purpose of Freemasonry and all the ancient mystery schools. We should do better, not like trying to recruit people like, oh yeah, come into this, but we should do a better job. And teaching the knowledge and trying to find better ways to make the knowledge more popular, not the superficial shit. Like, don't be fucking lazy, bro. This is the crazy thing, right? The crazy thing is that newbies, like babies in the work, which is fine, we get it, it's cool. They'll tend to fuck up. All right, you see how, like, and I'm using this as a metaphor. You see how in profane life, you have a baby, like you have a son or you have a daughter, right? You have a child with a woman or a man, right? Depending on what your gender is. So you have this baby, and it's like, oh shit, you created a baby, right? But then you don't want to raise the baby. You don't want to teach it. You don't want to raise the baby. You don't want to teach it. You don't want to do what a parent would do. Well, the mysteries are like that. You have some people, they think that just by popularizing the shit, it's good. I mean, like, this is why you see so many people fucking using Egyptian avatars nowadays in social media, or calling themselves alchemists, and these motherfuckers are nowhere near ready and prepared for initiation. Nowhere near ready and prepared. They're misusing the symbols for some egotistical shit. So, in the great work, we could do better. It's not just about talking about the knowledge. It's about finding ways, adapting to current times to actually cultivate the knowledge in harmony with people that really want to learn it. And that includes the youth. You can't teach a child like a physical child, you can't teach Freemasonry in the literal sense, because Freemasonry is a mystery school and you have to come into it of your own free will and accord. And also it's an organization. So you have to be mindful of the state laws. Freemasonry is not a religion, neither is alchemy in the ordinary sense of a religion. So you can't teach these things to these kids like that. But not that they can't understand it. They could. They're capable. But you want to teach them the wisdom, or you want to help them to realize the wisdom within themselves. And you don't have to do that through an organization, nor should you try to, because this is America. There's a reason why in Freemasonry there's a lawful age for initiation in the organization. If a person is considered a minor, you don't try to initiate them into Freemasonry. You just don't do it. There's reasons why. Because they're under the main reason is because they're under the guardianship of a parent. They can't fulfill their Masonic obligations when they're not free, like in the physical sense. A child is not free in the physical sense, if you think about it, right? That's some deep shit. I never thought about that, but I mean, not in the sense of a child, I never thought about it, but now I am thinking about it. A child is almost akin to being what a slave would be. I'm saying physically. A child is almost akin to being, or maybe is akin to what a slave would be in the old days. Think about that. Could a physical child do what he or she wants to do? No, not overall. They have to answer to their parents. And if their parents can't control them, quote unquote, then they answer to the state, the government. So If you think about that, you'll see why like a lot of kids go through a rebellious state, bro. That shit is crazy if you think about it. Children usually go through a rebellious state for that reason. We probably all have done it, but if you really think about it, psychologically, you rebel against your parents and shit like that because you're fucking tantamount to being a slave when you're a child. Your parents tell you you're clean, you go do it, right? Um, you have a curfew, or you might not have a curfew. Your parent might be like, you ain't going outside. You got to listen to that shit. So why would not a kid rebel? I think internally we all have this impulse. I'm getting deep now, bro. This is what meditation does, and this is what good weed does sometimes. A child has that natural impulse we all have. I believe to be free. Who the fuck wants to be ruled by somebody, right? So that desire for freedom, and that desire for freedom is highlighted, now that I'm thinking about it, in Freemasonry, because we have that concept of freedom, to be free. The word liberal, we have that highlighted in Freemasonry, to be free. But I think that impulse to want to be free, it manifests sometimes as destructive tendencies because you just want to be free. You may not know how to be free, but you want to be. So with the child, it could be, what the fuck is going on, bro? Pardon me. I'm just communicating to you what's coming to my mind from within. The child could say, I'm going to break curfew. Fuck that. But it's an expression of the impulse to want to be free. But it's destructive. It can be destructive. With the child, they could be taken advantage of because they're weaker, shit like that. And they're in places where they shouldn't be. At times in which they shouldn't be there. So it gets deep, but I was saying all of that to say, as initiates, we could still teach the youth. We don't have to, and again, nor should we ever try to make them part of an organization that is for adults, civically speaking. But we can still help them to discover the knowledge. Kids are very inquisitive. How many people, like in my jurisdiction, you'll have people who come into it, they know that they're supposed to be teaching their kids, not indoctrinating their kids, but helping their kids to develop themselves. Kids are inquisitive, I believe. Naturally. They want to know what this is, what that is, shit like that. If you bring them to like museums, not like dotty shit, dumb shit, shit that ignorant adults develop and propagate. If you expose them to that, which some parents do, which I don't want to be judgmental by saying this, but you get the idea. If you expose them to this bullshit, they're gonna follow it because they're gonna imitate. They're inquisitive. A kid is looking at you like you're a god to them in the beginning until they start to fucking gain the desire to be free, which is to me, is a natural impulse. But I believe it happens, I could be wrong, but I believe it happens probably around puberty time or something like that. When the sexual desire starts to arise. A kid's gonna wanna break free eventually. They're gonna see like I'm a fucking slave. But in the beginning, they're going to look up to you as a god because they're definitely more dependent upon you. I don't think the brain could miss that lesson just naturally. Okay, I need my parent. It could be your mother or your father, whoever's fucking taking care of you. Like, fuck are you gonna do? Are you gonna cook a meal for yourself when you're a fucking toddler? No, you're not. You pretty much know, like, this is my parent. Oh, so magical. Yeah, they're gonna cook for you or do good, do shit for you, clothe you. So they're like a god to you. That's my opinion. They're like a god to you at that point. Unfortunately, some humans want to have kids just so they could fucking feel that godlike feeling through a kid, because an adult, what's the likelihood that a fucking adult is going to look up to you like a god if you're exceptional? I mean, if you're not exceptional, it's slim. You're going to look up to motherfuckers that are great. They have to be exceptional. Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, something, right? If you're an adult. But as a kid, you're fucking dependent. So kids are also inquisitive. So when they look up to you as their god and they see you doing dumb shit, and I don't mean to judge you or nothing like that in a bad way, but I can't get around the paradox. If they see you doing dumb shit and they want to imitate that, boom, they become conditioned to that shit. Like when you see people twerking, I just watched earlier Star, the radio personality. He did an episode talking about how women, like, you see how they just overturned the abortion damn, I need one of my friends help right now with this shit. I want to say, I don't want to fuck it up and say I'm dumb, but I think I know what the proper case is. Anyway, it was the case in the Supreme Court that made abortion legalized. I want to say it's Roe versus Wade. But anyway, that ruling just got overturned federally, right? So you had these women protesters, which I get it. I'm not against people like fighting for their rights. You're allowed to do that. This is America. It should be that way. And then you have the people who agree with it. You have the people who agree that abortion is wrong. It's murder. And you have the people that feel that a woman should be able to have an abortion, right? It's a touchy subject, obviously. No person who's a free thinker would condemn, the women who want to protest in support of it being the law that a woman should have an abortion. But by the same token, those same people should never become fanatical at the opinion of those who feel that abortion should be illegal. Because you have the right to your opinion. There are two opposing opinions, but there's a right to your opinion, in this country at least. And I believe spiritually that should be the case also. But it's very tricky with a democracy. It's very tricky. Very tricky because there's always the prospect of war, bloodshed, fighting, all type of violence and shit like that, right? It's always the prospect of that. But here's the point I'm making. The radio personality Star, he was poking fun at the fact that in these protests with women who are pro-abortion, they're twerking at the fucking rally. And it's not to say all of them were doing that. Because remember, like I said, don't look at things from a rosy-colored lens perspective. I'm pretty sure they're very mature, responsible women who would rally also, not just idiots. But he was poking fun at the fact that you had the idiot broads fucking twerking on the camera talking about pro-abortion, which is to say, like, you're just irresponsible whores. You understand? An irresponsible whore is a woman who, and it's the same thing for a man too. It's a fact. An irresponsible whore in this context is a woman who wants to just fuck with no precaution. In other words, there's the possibility you could become impregnated. So I'm not going to say that the responsibility is more on the woman, but unfortunately, in the practical sense, yeah, it is. Even though there's balance in the universe, remember, everything has its pros and its cons. Don't think balance means everything is fucking essentially equal. It just means everything ultimately compensates. So men, physically speaking, we have pros too to being of the male gender. Believe that in the society, but so do women. And there's cons to each gender. So anyway, for the woman, yeah, in a practical sense, there's more of a responsibility because the man could leave or some other shit like that, whatever, go to jail, anything can happen. But the woman has to carry the seed and take care of it, right? So it's more likelihood that there's going to be a responsibility on the woman for the child. At least that's what I believe. I could be wrong. I'm open-minded, but I believe that's the case. So the point is that although both parties should be responsible in the act, the woman has to make sure, like, what do you just want to do? Fuck dudes and, pardon my French, copulate, get pregnant, and then, oh, I'm just going to kill babies every time I get pregnant. That's not responsible. And the same thing applies to the men. It's just that a woman will have more consequence and practical affairs with that, right? So Starr was making fun of the fact that you had these women, and it's not all of them, I'm sure. That's just what's being shown. Fucking twerking at the rally. Like, why would you be twerking? That's some horse shit. At least when you become mature, it's some horse shit. You know, I didn't see I'm keeping it 100% with you. I've never in my life when I was a kid, but there's nothing new under the sun, right? But at least when I was a kid, I can't speak for ancient nations or older generations. I never seen, like, women and young girls going shaking their butt and thinking this shit is cool. Like in a dance hall, yeah, in a party, yeah, shit like that for adults, right? You know what parties were for the most part. But like publicly doing it, making a show of this shit, or seeing the shit I see on Instagram. Like if I'm on Instagram and I see a woman come up like with fake eyelashes, battering her eyelashes and talking, I don't care if she's talking about chicken, like frying fucking chicken, or fucking cooking a pie. I don't mind a woman looking good, like dressing well and stuff like that, but in her public demonstration, if let's say she's making a video about making a pie, I want to see that she cares about making the fucking pie. Let's say she's making apple pie. I want to see that she cares about it and she's making a good pie, and she's showing people how to do it, and she could dress good and look good doing it. Even show a little bit of cleavage, right? I understand that. That's feminine shit, right? Now, if she just coming battering her fucking eyelashes, her fake eyelashes, and just showing cleavage in it, the pie is not being focused on. It's her vanity that she's focusing on. I automatically block those videos automatically every time. I don't care who it is. I don't, because that shit is superficial. It stinks spiritually to me. But again, I won't do it because the woman dresses nice or not. No, I'm just saying if the presentation is like, look at me, I look so beautiful, get the fuck out of here. I don't want to see that bullshit. You know what? I don't want to see that shit. If I was like in dire need of some sex from a woman or something, and I'm going to a brothel, which I wouldn't, but I'm just saying, if I was to, I'm in sexual starvation and I need to go to a brothel, then I would look at that and say, hey, yeah, this is cool. You know what I mean? Because it's proper to the occasion. Um, but anyway, as far as like with our youth, um, yeah, we can always teach them. So like in my jurisdiction, like if we see that, and it's not to control people as far as like being a government, it's just that in Freemasonry is in its true and ancient form, it's a government that you enter upon of your own free will and accord. That means you know what the rules are when you come into it. You know the rules. Nobody just forces rules upon you. These are the rules. Does this make sense to you? Oh, this makes sense? Cool. So if you don't live up to that, you get kicked out of the society, straight up. And nobody's wrong in terms of disciplining you. So part of what we're supposed to do is to teach our kids, not just our kids, kids in the community, but without exceeding due bounds. You know what I mean? Because kids are inquisitive. If you take them to, let's say, museums, aquariums, um, you let them be kids at the same time too. You know what I mean? A kid might want to go to Dave and Buster's to fucking play arcade games and they having fun. You bring them there too. But help your kid to learn. They'll learn if you expose them to these things, more noble things in life, because they're naturally inquisitive. You know what I mean? But if you expose them to the bullshit, they're gonna imitate you in that, and it fucks up the society. It makes for a superficial society, a selfish society. Um, and there are other things, man. There are other things that Masonry teaches, as well as the ancient mysteries. You know, the concept of family and things like that. That's important. Community and all of that. It's just that, when you have people that are irresponsible and shit like this, just know that you're doing your due diligence and you're doing your part. Then you can sit back and say, okay, you have more of a voice in your society. You have more of a voice because you're actually contributing, meaning your voice matters more. That's only rational. That's logical. Um, you're doing your duty. So we don't need to bring them into any particular fucking school of thought or nothing like that. So yeah, so that's important. And it gets so deep. And shout out to like all of the communities, honestly, that do workshops on these types of things, that do real, honest, heartfelt workshops in this direction with what we're speaking about now. Not the groups that do shit with underlying motives and to indoctrinate people and all of that sucker shit. But as initiates, we can always do more. That's for sure. Noble Tom Bay said, laughing out loud, that's what I did to you when I quoted Albert Pike. Yeah. Noble Atum Bay said, what's the alchemical makeup of gold? We will have to do a whole episode on that, bro. I'm going to try to do more like lectures and stuff like that. And I like to build with people. Like, I would like to have more like alchemists and stuff like that. Click on a link, like when we drop it, and come on and build. You know, that would be dope. So we could do more of that. I'm like kind of an old man, so technology, it's been like probably the past year that I've really learned like the current technology as it pertains to like social media and stuff like that. That's a fucking good question, bro. Pardon my French. What's the alchemical makeup of gold? Bit and what's going on? Bit and said, good job, man. Thank you, bro. Brilliant Nick said, what about light? What's the Masonic light? I ain't gonna front. These types of dialogues are more productive than other things that sometimes we may deal with. Brilliant Nick said, what about light? What's the Masonic light? Where's Lucifer come into this in the big picture? Okay, what about light? What about Masonic light? Masonic light represents spiritual consciousness, self-realization. Obviously, light is a symbol. If you're in the dark, you can't see anything. You don't know what's around you, right? Excuse me. But there's polarity in the ancient mysteries. Of course, polarity is a law of nature. It's one of the 7 Hermetic principles. So you see how in the same way we signify the essential nature of ourselves, God consciousness, or whatever you want to call it, infinite being, eternity, whatever, from a conscious perspective. You see how we symbolize that by light? We tend to do that. Well, we could also symbolize it by darkness if we want to, but we learn that in Freemasonry, esoterically. This, so that we don't get caught up in the duality. That's why in Freemasonry we have, in the esoteric lodges of Masonry, in the first degree, we have the riddle of an entered apprentice Mason, which is what is better, darkness or light? It's a riddle. What is better, darkness or light? What is better, darkness or light? It's a riddle. It's something to really internalize. Most of the answers that a person would give in the beginning would be correct, but only relatively so, not absolutely so. Right? So the Masonic light. Masonry gives just due to that truth of polarity in many jurisdictions where we call, not all jurisdictions use this, and it's not essential, but many jurisdictions use the term visible darkness to refer to the Master Mason degree. Visible darkness. That's a paradox, right? Visible darkness. How is darkness visible? Because darkness is the absence of light, right? Visible darkness. But that's just talking about the paradoxical nature of the truth. So anyway, we have the tendency to use light as the symbol for spiritual enlightenment, self-realization, consciousness, right? So Nick said, what about light? So we talked about that right there. What's the Masonic light? We talked about that, basically. Spiritual enlightenment, consciousness. You could call it God if you want. Masonry throws you off on purpose in the rituals, like we'll say, we're searching for the light, or we're traveling to the east in search of the light, right? Also, we'll say that we're searching for the body of Grandmaster Hiram Abiff. Also, we'll say that we're searching for that which is lost, the lost word of a Master Mason. All of that is telling you that the light, Hiram Abiff, and the lost word of a Master Mason are synonymous things, right? So that's what we could say in regards to Masonic light. Where's Lucifer come into this in the big picture? Well, let's talk about this in the context of Freemasonry. Damn, I've been on for a minute. I'm gonna probably have to chop some of this up and later on and make it into like different videos. Hopefully it's useful. Where does Lucifer come into this equation? Nick is asking. Well, Lucifer gets associated with Freemasonry because Brother Albert Pike in Morals and Dogma, in one of the chapters, uh, it evades me right now, the particular chapter. All right, in Morals and Dogma, there's 32 chapters. So Morals and Dogma is about a little bit over 800 pages. It consists of 32 chapters, right? Which is supposed to supplement the 32 main degrees of the Scottish Rite, right? There's no 33rd chapter there. So in one of the chapters, he makes a reference to Lucifer. He says something like, is it he who bears the light? Doubt it not, meaning do not doubt it. Now, the chapter that he says that in, I know it doesn't correspond to where Lucifer, the name Lucifer pops up in the Scottish Rite degrees. I know that. At least not in the original format of the Scottish Rite degrees. What I'll have to do is study Brother Albert Pike's revisions of the Scottish Rite rituals in detail, and then it'll probably give me a better understanding of why he mentions Lucifer there in that chapter of Morals and Dogma. But I know it's not the chapter that's supposed to correspond with the degree in which Lucifer is mentioned in the Scottish Rite, right? In the rituals. Or in the original form of the rituals. So in the original forms of the Scottish Rite rituals, what I do know is that Lucifer appears, the name Lucifer in the 12th degree, which is Master Architect. So in the degree of Master Architect, Lucifer is mentioned in the original form of the ritual. That's a fact. That's a fact. So, but really, it's not like Lucifer is not mentioned in any great detail. There's just a reference made to Lucifer in regards to the time in which the lodge is open in that degree. And remember, opening the lodge signifies opening yourself up spiritually and expansion of consciousness. So in that degree, it's Lucifer's referenced in that context. The lodge is open in the time at the time of Lucifer, the morning star. So, okay, with that being said, so Lucifer pops up in the original Scottish Rite degrees. Lucifer is a Latin name, and so in the ancient Roman religion, which the language of the ancient Romans would be Latin. And of course, the ancient Romans were a world power. They were very influential in ancient times, according to history. So Lucifer was a god in their religion, and the name Lucifer means the light bearer. Now, I believe the name Lucifer is feminine, I believe, in Latin. But usually the god is depicted as being masculine. And I would say that probably has something to do with polarity. So Lucifer is mentioned there, and then in Morals and Dogma, I can't remember the chapter off the top. Where Brother Albert Pike mentions Lucifer. But anyway, he says, Lucifer, does he bear the light? Doubt it not, is how he writes it out. which means don't doubt it. Lucifer is the light bearer. So now if you look at the exoteric Christian, like, you know, the dumb, deaf, and blind person who believes in Christianity literally, to them, Lucifer means Satan or the devil. That's because Lucifer is used in the English translations of the book of Isaiah. I want to say it's either Isaiah chapter 14 or Isaiah chapter 12, one of the two. Lucifer is mentioned, but that's in the English translations. The book of Isaiah is a Hebrew book. In essence, it's a Hebrew book. And remember, Lucifer is Latin, but that comes into play because the Roman Catholic Church, which was the world power, their language is Latin, and their religion is Catholicism, which is Christianity. So Lucifer is mentioned there. In Isaiah, put it that way. But many profane who read that, they equate that with the devil. But the name Lucifer really doesn't occur in the Hebrew of the Bible at all. But Lucifer was a god or goddess, as you prefer, of the ancient Roman religion. Even our planets, and common English, are named after Roman gods and goddesses. Jupiter was a Roman god. Venus is a Roman goddess. Mars is a Roman god. But the reason that the Latin language is so influential has to do with the fact that the Roman Empire, even before becoming Catholic or Christian, they were a fucking world power, bro. They ruled over things. They were very influential. So naturally, their language is influential in the world today on a global scale. So anyway, so when the profane, right, meaning the uninitiated, when they started to get their hands on Masonic material, like Brother Albert Pike's book, Morals and Dogma, that was initially published like secret. You could say secretly amongst members of the Scottish Rite. It was only given to members of a certain degree, and I can't remember what they say was the degree in which you would be able to get that book. In the 1800s. But anyway, let's say you had a grandfather, a father, something, an uncle, whatever, who was a Scottish Rite Mason, and they had the book and they died or something like that, and you got your hands on it. Now you have the book. So individuals which like non-Masons would get the book and then sell it because people were interested in it. Like, oh shit, this is what the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, this is, these are some of their teachings, Morals and Dogma. So they would get their hands on a book. And because it was like privately published, it's always going to be in the public domain. Like I've written a few books myself, all of which are in the public domain, but only if individuals get their hands on the book. Because I've never went and copyrighted them through the Library of Congress. I've never done that. I've just used common law copyright, which means that I write it, it's my book. If you try to copy my book and sell it, I could sue you because that's common law. But when I die or whatever, if I never copyright that with any of these books with the Library of Congress or nothing, it falls into the public domain in a vast way where individuals could take the book, copy it, sell it, etc., and there's nothing I could do about it because I'm dead, right? So Brother Albert Pike was like that. He'll just write the book and publish it privately for the Scottish Rite. So anyway, when people started to get their hands on the book, And I believe that started to happen during the 1800s while he was still alive. But more so after he died, in the 1900s. They saw that reference that he made. Is it Lucifer who bears the light? Doubt it not. Do not doubt it. So they, a profane Christian, they take that shit like, oh shit, he's a high degree Mason, quote unquote. In the Scottish Rite, he's the head of he was the head of the southern jurisdiction of the Scottish Rite in the United States of America. So Lucifer is the god of the Freemasons. You get it? That's what they were doing. That's what they were propagating. Whereas in reality, Lucifer is an ancient Roman god or goddess, as you prefer. So Lucifer means the light bearer. That's what it literally means. That's what the name means. Lux means light in the Latin language. If you speak Spanish, don't mind me if I'm not politically correct. If you speak Spanish or you're Latin in any way, whether that's Puerto Rican, Italian, whatever, Dominican, lux, L-U-C, it means light, right? In Latin, it's L-U-X, but it's the same thing, lux, light. So Lucifer means the light bearer. And that's the ancient Roman god or goddess, as you prefer, of light. But that name was inserted into the Roman or Latin translations of the book of Isaiah, which is in the Old Testament, which is a Hebrew book, and the Latin translations, the priesthood, Saint Jerome did it, or his crew of people who first translated an official version of the Holy Bible in the Latin language for the Roman Catholic Church. And I think that took place in the 1400s. I could be wrong. So he inserted his people or whatever, they inserted Lucifer into that part of the book of Isaiah. But Lucifer is not what's there. But it was a way to demonize the ancient Roman religion, because you have to remember the the Roman Empire converted to Catholicism, which is ancient Christianity. And from thenceforth, they had to demonize all other religions, but of course, the ancient Roman religion, in which Lucifer is a god, the god of light, or the goddess of light, as you prefer. So that's what it is. So the profane took what Albert Pike said and what remember what I said, the 12th degree of the Scottish Rite, Master Architect, in its original form, it mentions Lucifer in a positive sense, the light bearer, the god of light. So they misconstrued that and they took it to say like, oh, Freemasons worship Lucifer, they worship the devil. And that's not even in the 33rd degree where Lucifer is mentioned. Like I said, it's in the 12th degree of the oldest forms of the Scottish Rite ritual. And that's for sure. No doubt about it. So that's where Lucifer comes into play. But the reason I believe that the Scottish Rite Masons who created Scottish Rite Masonry, I believe that they highlighted that point because they knew that, being students of world culture and world religion and so on and so forth, of ancient philosophy, the ancient mysteries, they just wanted to highlight that to say like, nah, Lucifer is the god of light or the goddess of light with the ancient Romans. There's no devilish concept in that character, Lucifer. But that's, like I said, that's mentioned in the 12th degree, Master Architect. It's not mentioned in the 32nd degree or the 33rd degree. That's a fact. That's funny. Don't mind me if I don't move along with haste like that. Brilliant Nick said, white light only exists inside Earth's toroidal field. Is this important, sir? Interesting. You'll have to elaborate upon that. Brilliant Nick said there's Freemasonry for the youth. De Molay. Kind of. Remember, like, if you don't remember because you didn't watch the beginning of this episode, but Jacques de Molay was the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar. And as I said earlier, the secret of the 33rd degree for sure is the doctrine, quote unquote, that the Freemasons are what the Knights Templar became after they were persecuted and outlawed by the Catholic Church. So that's where De Molay is a youth society, is what Nick is saying, which it is. It's like a non-profit organization for the youth. But typically those youth will be either related to Freemasons they'll be related to Freemasons in some way or the other. The De Molay Society. And I know that Walt Disney was a part of the De Molay Society when he was a kid. So it shouldn't surprise you, like when you watch, like, not saying you will watch them now, but when you were a kid, or if your kids watch different Disney cartoons and stuff like that, there's always esoteric knowledge in the Disney movies, always, because Walt Disney was an initiate. He was a Freemason, but he wasn't a part of like a social club lodge of Freemasons, but he was part of the De Molay Society when he was a kid. So Walt Disney included a lot of esoteric symbology in his work, man. That's dope. So Walt Disney was following that method that I was talking about to teach the kids and stuff like that. But he was doing it in a way to appeal to the subconscious, putting this in different movies, whether it's Snow White, Cinderella, it's so dope. All of that is man, we could do some fire videos, I swear to God. Just upon like different Disney movies and the esoteric meanings of these movies. So Walt Disney did a good job with that. But like Nick was saying, and that's true. Walt Disney was as a kid, it's an organization that was created by Freemasons for sure. The De Molay Society, which honors Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar. And remember what I said, dude, like in terms of the secret of the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, is basically the doctrine that the Freemasons are what the Knights Templar became when, they were outlawed by the Catholic Church. So I said there's a lot of things that's convincing. Like personally, I believe that what the secret of the 33rd degree of Freemasonry is, I believe that it's true, but it's a belief. I can't say I know it, I believe it. For my own reasons. And a lot of Freemasons believe it. So the De Molay Society for the youth is an example of that. It's named after Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar. So Walt Disney was a part of that. He said something else there, I think. The fuck did he say there? Pardon me. Oh yeah, that was that. The Demolay Society. He was a part of that. Oh, what I wanted to say was that past President Bill Clinton was a member of the Demolay Society too. And Bill Clinton, former President Bill Clinton, I don't know if he became a Mason, like joining a lodge. I don't know that. But I do know that he was a member of the Demolay Society when he was a kid. So he knew Freemasons for sure, intimately. But like when you deal with these exoteric individuals, they'll be like, "Oh, we don't have a certificate of membership for Bill Clinton in the lodge or nothing." Like, listen, bro, he was part of the Demolay Society. That's a fact. So don't think you know everything about Freemasonry in terms of who's a member. Don't think you know that shit for sure. People kill me with that shit right there. Be like, "Oh, where's the certificate that he was that? We only know he was Demolay." How do you know that he doesn't want to be revealed as being a member of the Masonic fraternity after having been a part of the Demolay Society? For public reasons. There's certain Freemasons that they get a pass in not representing that they are Freemasons. There's exceptions to the rule. Some Masons could get away with not making their membership known. But you would have to be a well-educated member of the organization to know that. But Bill Clinton was definitely a member of the Demolay Society. That's for sure. And many individuals believe he was a Mason too, as he became an adult, but that he kind of kept his membership under lock and key. Just not saying that other Masons wouldn't know, but same thing with Walt Disney. That's the point. But I just like that subject because it shows that you could, you can teach the youth, and you should do that. And I know that Walt Disney did that for sure. In his own way through education. Or there was something else about judges or some shit. And I totally forgot that. Noble Atumbe said, how does it apply to the government and the courts? What I could tell you for sure, from having worked in the courts, particularly Queens Criminal Court, as well as other courts too, but I'm saying mostly Queens Criminal Court, which is in New York City. That had to do with me getting into social work and being like a liaison. A liaison is like, being a liaison means you work for a company that you work with defendants to help them to not get locked up. So you have to be in the courtroom. So you're gonna work around lawyers. You're gonna work around judges, lawyers, district attorneys, assistant district attorneys, stuff like that. So besides going to court as being a criminal when I was younger, I know as being an adult that I know exactly how the court system works. And when I did work in the court system, for the most part, I always wore my Masonic ring or a pin or something like that. So I know from sitting in the court and watching the ritual and knowing what it is, the court is not like a bunch of Freemasons in the court. It's not that. It's just that the court is based upon certain rituals and ceremonies going back to ancient times that do have symbolic significance, but it doesn't mean that the people working in the court understand the symbolic significance. It doesn't mean that. Like you could have an ADA, assistant district attorney, that they not studying no ancient mysteries or nothing like that. They just went to school and, you know, they became employed by the court. They do their job and stuff like that. Same thing with a judge. A judge doesn't necessarily know anything about the ancient mysteries. Why they wear a black robe, nothing like that. They're just following customs that the ancients laid down, right? Now, don't get me wrong. Are there some judges who are Freemasons? Yes, certainly, 100%. Are there certain court officers who are Freemasons? Yes, certainly. But it's not the norm. Once upon a time, statistically, there were a lot of Freemasons in Congress and the court system, all of that. But nowadays, I could tell you from firsthand experience, the customs and rituals and stuff like that that you would see in the courtroom, yeah, they do, of course, have relation to the ancient mysteries. No doubt about it. But that doesn't mean that the judge knows this or the DA knows that and they're all Masons communicating with each other in the court. That's bullshit. If the judge is a Freemason, there's a way to communicate with him. I know I worked in the court. I've worked around people, not just around, with directly. I've worked with people directly who have worked in the New York State court system for 40 years. I'm not saying I worked there for 40 years. I'm saying I worked directly with individuals who worked in the court system for 40 years who weren't Masons. But they knew what a Freemason was. They know what a Freemason is. And I know that because they've seen my ring and they'll say, oh, you're a Mason, okay. And I know that they're not Masons, these individuals, for sure. And we'll chop it up and stuff like that, you know. But those individuals, you know, they lived through a time where in Freemasonry, we have an obligation to each other. So, you know, some Masons will lie to you. And I'm saying lie in the literal sense of telling a lie, not telling the truth. And there's nothing wrong with lying under certain circumstances, whether you believe that or not. But certain Masons will tell you, like, nah, you know, I'm not going to favor a Mason because he's a Mason in a, you know, a situation such as court or something like that. And nah, that's not that's not the case. But what do you expect them to say? Do you expect them to say, oh, you know, I'm not going to favor a Mason over a non-Mason? Of course they're not going to say that. Why would they? When they're working under that capacity, it'll get them fired. It'll cause all type of it'll cause a fiasco, basically. But as far as like myths and rumors, like, oh, you know, a judge is a Mason and you're a Mason, he's just gonna let you out because you did a crime and you're a Mason and he knows you. Well, that's not true either. But then again, you do have certain jurisdictions. I have to keep it 100% with you. There's certain Masonic organizations and jurisdictions. My jurisdiction is not like that, but you do have Masonic jurisdictions or organizations that operate like that. That is true. But it doesn't mean that, again, every judge is a Freemason or nothing like that. That's as much as I could say about that. Burton said lawyers are the worst, and judges, so-called judges. Burton said humans are the worst animals of them all by far. It's a good I'm not going to say good, but that's a very interesting statement. Humans are the worst animals by far. And humans are animals, scientifically. Don't get it twisted. Humans are animals, scientifically. Humans are part of the animal kingdom. But only certain humans elevate beyond the animal nature. But the animal nature is still there. So that's an interesting statement. Brilliant Nick said, what's your Facebook or something equivalent? Uh, my uh, my Facebook and my Instagram is that name there. That's also my email. All right, let me see. Renee Rayner said the checkered floor. Yeah, that's the mosaic pavement in Freemasonry. Light and darkness. Definitely. Brilliant Nick said we don't see light. We see illumination. Yeah, it's not, again, it's just, this is symbolic. You know what I mean? It's just symbolic language. Gary Pope said Lucifer, light bearer, Phosphorus, Venus, morning star. Exactly. Just different names for the same, not the same, but different gods, quote unquote, of ancient mythology that correspond. So yeah, Lucifer means the light bearer. Brilliant Nick said, do people worship the light per se? Nah, unless they're like profane. It's metaphorical. That's why, like, if a person was to say, an initiate, particularly, if they were to use the darkness as a symbol of the ultimate source of all creation, the essential nature of all things, they wouldn't be wrong either. It's polarity. They would not be wrong. Gary Pope said it also has a reference to Kundalini. It can. Yeah, why not? For sure. And I mentioned in one of the prior episodes, like, Kundalini, to get straight to the point with that, Kundalini is the subconscious. It's the subconscious force as opposed to the conscious force. The serpent goddess or the serpent power is the subconscious mind, which is impersonal. If you look at a serpent, you have to study a serpent, which, symbolizes Kundalini. A serpent is very shrewd, impersonal, etc. Renee Rayner said Lucifer is more prominent in the teachings of the Theosophical Society. Brilliant Nick said England is the modern day Rome. Interesting. Gary Pope said the Hebrew in Isaiah is Ben Shakar. in the Hebrew, like Ben Shakar would be the son of Shakar. Not saying that it's not related to what you're saying, but the word that's being translated as Lucifer is Halel, actually. In Hebrew, it's Halel. And in the context of that story, it's referring to the king of Babylon, which you could kind of say is the devil in a, in a symbolic sense. But the point is that there's a bad translation to translate Halel as Lucifer. It's just not a good translation. Brilliant Nick said Lucifer is light, laughing out loud. It's what births the material world. Hence why people worship the light, Lucifer, etc., etc. Materialism equals Satan / Lucifer / light equals data. Brilliant Nick said, what were Freemasons called before Freemasons / Knights Templars? Who's to say? The point is that Masonic philosophy touches upon the fact that our wisdom is eternal. You know what I mean? Don't confuse the symbol with the thing that's symbolized. There were ancient mystery schools way before ancient free and accepted Masons, or the Knights Templar, way before that. So this is why, like in Freemasonry, we say Freemasonry is as old as man. Or some could say Freemasonry is as old as the universe, or whatever. Again, it's a symbolic thing, and it's an organization. For me personally, I deal with Freemasonry as an organization because I see the value in networking and in dealing with individuals to form a mastermind, a collective mastermind. That's just me, you know what I mean? But the light is within. A person doesn't have to be part of an organization to be enlightened or nothing like that. But with an organization comes pros and cons, obviously. As with anything else. Brilliant Nick said, all Jesuits tie with Freemasonry and company. In a way, in the old days, and the reason for that is the Jesuits, remember earlier I talked about holy orders in the Catholic Church, which that's one of the main sacraments of the Catholic Church. Holy orders. So the Jesuits, they still are a holy order, and they're very powerful within the hierarchy of the Roman Catholic Church. So you had individuals who were Jesuits, or at all times you had individuals involved in the church socially that were really initiates behind the scenes. But like I said, you have to be mindful of your cultural circumstances. There are different times and different places where different things are involved. It is what it is. It's like, let's say America 20 years ago. Do you think 20 years ago in America, in this country, like, let's say a person is a homosexual, a proud homosexual, a faggot, we would call it, that they would just be in a society and be accepted like that? No, they're going to be shunned. They would be shunned because homosexuality is considered a sin in Orthodox religion, and it's even frowned upon in the ancient mysteries. It's frowned upon for different reasons. Exoteric religion has its reasons that it frowns upon homosexuality, and that reason is because they believe that God says it's wrong to be gay. It's a sin. For initiates of the ancient mysteries, homosexuality is considered to be wrong. Not saying you're gonna go to hell for it or some weird shit like that. It's considered to be out of tune with the harmony of the universe, because the same gender creates nothing. It doesn't, not physically or metaphysically. So the male and female principles come together to create. So the point I'm making is that we're in 2022 in the United States of America now, federally. Not saying every state has to follow that ruling. There are different dynamics behind the political aspect of it, but federally speaking, you know, the Supreme Court ruled that, okay, homosexuals can marry and stuff like that. But 20 years ago, you know, it would be worse to be like a old, even, 20 years ago, 40 years ago, 50, 60 years ago in this country. Individuals shun you all around the board for being a homosexual. All around the board. But of course they were homosexuals. They would just do that and on the low, as we would say, in secret, and do whatever they were doing. So Brilliant Nick said, is gematria important and used in any degrees or different orders or something? And what's the purpose behind it? Of course, yeah, Freemasonry, definitely. Gematria is an aspect of the Kabbalah. Gematria literally means geometry. It comes from the Greek language, but in the Hebrew esoteric teachings, meaning the esoteric teachings of Judaism, they formed an artificial word, which is gematria, but it comes from the Greek, which in the Greek it would mean geometry, but it's the symbolic geometry of the ancient mysteries, which part of it is, ordinary mathematics. And then another aspect deals with mystical things in terms of mathematical symbology. So in the Kabbalah, gematria is specifically the practice, and remember, gematria literally means geometry. It's the practice of taking Hebrew words and Greek words in the Holy Bible, adding up their numerical values, and finding correspondences between one word and another word to make meaning out of the symbolic stories of the scriptures. So in Freemasonry, in the blue degrees, from the official 3 degrees, we have several instances of gematria, plenty of them, 100%. If you take like English gematria, which would be applying gematria to the English language, where the letter A would equal 1 and the letter Z would equal 26, right? With the ancients, in particular, in this, this context, the ancient Jews, they have 22 letters in their alphabet. And they have 5 final letters also, but 22 letters, or 22 main letters. Each of those letters have a numerical value because they would use their letters as numbers. So like Aleph, the letter Aleph in Hebrew would equal 1. That's the first letter. Bet would equal 2. That's the second letter of the Hebrew alphabet. Gimel would equal 3. It's the third letter. Dalet equals 4. It's the fourth letter. Yud is the 10th letter. It equals the number 10. But they use the letters of the alphabet as numbers. So you would have to study that in detail. So in English gematria, it's a little bit different than Hebrew gematria or Greek gematria. So in English gematria, A equals 1, Z equals 26. Because Z is the 26th letter. A is the first letter. An example would be like, take Jesus, the name Jesus in English, and add up what the transmute the letters into numbers in English gematria. And you're going to get a certain number with the name Jesus in English, Jesus. Do the same thing with Hiram Abiff in English, and you're going to get the equivalent of the name Jesus. So there's a correspondence there because the character Jesus represents the same thing that Hiram Abiff represents. But you have to put that into the context of the symbolic stories. It's not some superstitious shit where like these like there's intrinsic meaning to all of it. It's in the context of the myths that are being told. The numerical values of these names are like keys to lead, to lead you on the right path as to the interpretation of the myths. But also in the ancient mysteries, the mathematical nature of the universe is highlighted. So we emphasize the symbology of mathematics. But there are plenty of examples of the validity of gematria in the Bible, as well as in Freemasonry. So yeah, from the blue degrees, it's important for sure. Even if you take the name Hiram Abiff, right, in Hebrew, and you add up the letters, you add them up, you come up with a certain sum, right? A numerical value. That numerical value is equivalent to the numerical value of the Hebrew phrase, which is used in Psalms. And it's also used in the New Testament, but in Greek. But in the Hebrew and Psalms, the phrase is Aben Masu Habonim, which means the stone that the builders rejected. That represents your Christ nature, the stone that the builders rejected, meaning the ordinary human beings who are also Freemasons by nature, meaning they're gods, they're builders. They reject their God nature because they don't know themselves. They reject their God nature, so they seek power and they seek self-worth and material shit outside of themselves. But anyway, Aben Masu Habonim, which is Hebrew for the stone the builders rejected, it's used in the book of Psalms. The numerical value of that phrase is equivalent to the numerical value of the name Hiram Abiff in Hebrew. That's to tell you something, that Hiram Abiff and Jesus Christ, they represent the same thing. As well as the phrase, the stone the builders rejected, and with the substitute for the word of a master mason, that substitute, which is a 3-part word, or word consisting of 3 syllables, it alludes to Masu Habonim, which means rejected by the builders. And that's a part of the phrase Aben Masu Habonim, the stone the builders rejected. Basically, it's to tell you that the word of a master mason is the Christ nature, bro. Simple as that. But anything that you would use to symbolize the word of a master mason or your true self would naturally have to be a substitute of the real thing, because there's no word you could use to express your true self, bro. Fully or completely. You could say, like I said, infinity, consciousness, the all, spirit, light being, whatever. So all of that's just going to be a symbol. You have to experience who you truly are. That's valid in its own way, but if you're going through masonry correctly, that's already going to be done at the master mason's degree, the 3rd degree. This is interesting. Brilliant Nick said, what's the chances? I'll let you restate that, because I think you made a typo there. What's the chances of the 33rd letter of the alphabet being a G? I think you made a typo there. G is the 7th letter of the English alphabet. So 7 is equivalent to G in English gematria. In Hebrew, the letter G, our English letter G would correspond to the letter Gemel, which is the 3rd letter. So Gemel has a numerical value of 3, and likewise for the Greek language. In the Greek language, the letter that would correspond to G would be Gamma, which has a numerical value of 3. It's the 3rd letter. So I think you probably meant to say the 3rd letter of the alphabet being the G. Is it a coincidence that the G looks like a Fibonacci spiral? Not at all. The letter G is similar to a spiral. You're 100% correct in that. And the Fibonacci sequence, that gets deep, bro. But those types of mathematical phenomena should show you, like, the universe is governed by intelligence, bro, for sure. But the letter G is also the union of a semicircle and a right angle, which is a semi-square, to show the unity between the circle representing that which is infinite, the divine, and the square, the geometric square, which will represent the material, earthly things. But yeah, you're right, bro. 100%, man. Brilliant Nick said the number 3 rotated anti-clockwise by 90 degrees becomes an M. So 33 can also be MM. M is the 13th letter of the alphabet, so MM can be 1313. Also 13 beginning. That's very interesting, and you're pretty much on the right course and all of that. You don't need my approval or nothing, but yeah, definitely you're onto something there. Gary Pope said Jehovah 10, 5, 6, 5 equals 26. Yeah, that's definitely the numerical value of the unspeakable name, the ineffable name, Yad Hey Vav Hey. In Hebrew, for sure, Yad equals 10, Hey equals 5, Vav equals 6, and Hey again equals 5, which will give you the sum of 26. And Gary Pope says 26. There are 26 letters in the English alphabet. Yeah, that's fucking very significant, bro, for sure. You know what's crazy about that? If you think about it, look at English gematria, right? because that's very significant that you said that. I should make that into a clip, a video clip. If you look at God, the name God in English gematria. Remember I said that in English gematria, and English is a way younger language than the Hebrew or the Greek. But it definitely derives itself from those languages, for sure. The letter G would equal 7, right? Because it's the 7th letter. The letter O would equal 15 because it's the 15th letter. And the letter D would equal 4 because it's the 4th letter. So if you add that up, 7 plus 15 plus 4, you would get 26. G-O-D equals 26. The same as Yad-He Vav-He, the ineffable name, but in the Hebrew, equals 26. It gets deep, bro. But yeah, symbolic mathematics. Brilliant Nick said, is the word of God a metaphor for Sam? It could be, because Sam is a vibration. Yo, it gets deep, bro. We could be here for days going into this. Brilliant Nick said, are Solomon's keys, Solo Man's keys to manifestation, sound, frequency, and vibration? Hell yeah. I would agree with that. Vibration, sound, etc. Definitely, man. It gets deep. Noble Atum Bay said Freemasons are secular, correct? Nah, I wouldn't say that at all. I would say that we would say we're secular so as to not confuse you to think that we're like dogmatic religionists. But nah, secular means worldly. We're spiritual. 100, And I would also probably say secular too. It's a balance. Brilliant Nick said, wouldn't Chaldean gematria be more significant because of its age? Not necessarily, because you have to put languages in the context of the culture of that language. You will have to interpret language in the context of its culture, bro. So it's not about what's older and none of that shit. It's like time, bro. The time is always now. The more that we become centered or focused, what is the past, bro? 5 minutes ago, but the past was now 15 minutes ago. The time is always now. This is why some of the initiates, and I get what they're saying, they'll say time is an illusion. Time is the motion of thought. It's not that it's an illusion per se. It's just that it's not eternal. It's not lasting. It's fleeting. The time is always now. Always. Gary Pope said, nice, true indeed. Yeah, bro, it's deep like that. Brilliant Nick said, I believe the number 47 is important. I believe so too. On the surface of things though, what would pop up in the blue degrees of Freemasonry would be the 47th problem of Euclid. And then basically that's the 47th proposition or problem in the book called Elements, which Euclid allegedly composed in Alexandria, Egypt in the 300s BC. So the 47th problem of Euclid is synonymous with the Pythagorean theorem, which is the geometrical formula used to compose a right angle. And a right angle represents balance. It's a 90-degree angle. In regards to angles, you have 3 main angles: the obtuse, the acute, and the right angle. So the right angle falls in the middle. It represents balance. Also, the right angle is composed of a horizontal and a vertical, which represent the 2 basic poles of manifestation in the universe. The active, which would be represented by the vertical, and the passive, which would be represented by the horizontal, because the horizontal appears to be laying flat and the vertical line appears to be upright. So those two figures represent the active and the passive, but with the right angle you have them in union. And then, like I said, the right angle is in the middle of the obtuse and the acute. The acute angle would be an angle of 45 degrees or less. The right angle, 90 degrees, and the obtuse, which would, like an acute angle, would be sharp, obviously. An obtuse angle would be more than 90 degrees, less than 180 degrees. So it would represent a dull angle. So anyway, with that being the case, thanks for tuning in. We've been on here for a very long time, relatively speaking. Thanks for contributing your questions and your insights. I appreciate that. I'll leave a pinned comment to tell individuals where the secret of the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite is dealt with, so they don't have to watch the whole thing, and I'll probably chop up the different parts into smaller videos and stuff like that. But I definitely appreciate the participation and the contributions. Gary Pope said, great build, great class. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate, like I said, you guys also for contributing. With that being said, let me get out of here. Blessings on your path. Taf Taben said that was interesting. Greetings from Germany. Greetings, my brother. Take care of yourselves on the square. See you on the next one.